What is up, everyone, and welcome back to some more Higurashi. In the previous recording session, the kids told an adult about what they believed was happening with Satoko, and surprise, surprise, it did not make the situation any better, but we also learned that Satoko had a history of lying to the welfare officers, so they were never really taking her cases too seriously, and on the off chance she was lying again. So we learned there was a bit more to Satoko's situation than we thought. And then ultimately, she ended up having a mental breakdown in the middle of class. It was a very, very messy scene. And after witnessing all that, Keiichi, I guess a switch flipped in his brain, and now he's determined to kill Satoko's uncle. You know, he said he's thinking it's going to be so easy. He says he's got it in the bag. I question it. I do question it. I don't know if he's quite got that drive in him. All right, but they said he had the evil eyes going, so like that's kind of a good sign it might be happening. Someone mentioned in the comments that like we have seen Keiichi kill, and technically we haven't seen it. All right, there's been a moment where it's been implied, and I'll be honest, I did forget about that moment, but thinking back on it, that moment was implied. We never saw it, right? At the end of chapter 1, he wakes up in his room, he's holding the bat, and Mion and Reina's, bloodied bodies are there. And you think there's only one, solution you could think of, like, how did he end up in that situation? There's only one answer, right? But also, if chapter 2 taught us anything, is that Keiichi we can't really trust, Keiichi's mind state when he's under a lot of pressure like that, right? Or even at the very end of chapter, well, no, I don't know for sure, because at the very end of chapter 1, right, he ended up clawing his own throat out. But if that's a result of the whatever not medicine, the poison solution, whatever they're using, narcotic, whatever it is, if that's a result of that, then obviously he was under some kind of influence. But even still, at the end of chapter 2, he was fully convinced that he had been stabbed by Mion, even after Oishi presents us with evidence that Mion has been dead. But also, can we really trust what Oishi said? That is another thing to consider, especially now that the game started to present this angle that Oishi might be involved in, the curse killings. So I don't know. Long story short, I still don't know if Keiichi has that drive in him. That one scene makes us think that he killed 2 people. But I don't know for sure. Until I actually get a scene that spells it out, that, fucking goes through the motions and shows him actually doing it, I just don't know if this kid's got that kind of drive in him. But without further ado, where we immediately pick up is right after the whole breakdown in the classroom, and Keiichi vows to kill her uncle. So without further ado, let's jump back into it, shall we? Mion and the others, having to set up for the Watanagashi festival or something, invited me along, but I refused. Of course I did. How could they be taking it easy and setting up for a festival in this situation? Mion had a lot of nerve. Yeah, how come you guys aren't helping me plot a fucking murder right now? God, guys, you suck. First thing I did when I got back was take a shower. Not because I wanted to wash off sweat. It's because I wanted to be even calmer. I already understood this, but killing that man would be so very easy. The really hard thing would be not getting arrested for it so we could get our peaceful days back. As I thought about it, I realized it wasn't easy. Japan's police force had the highest arrest rate in the world. I would need to deceitfully pull off the perfect crime, and it couldn't be a half-hearted attempt. Still, it wasn't 100%. Even the best police force in the world can have a 100% arrest rate. I've read a lot of articles on trials with people brought up on false charges. At court, they consider whether the charges are false or not, but figuring out the real criminal is entirely out of scope. And that meant perfect crimes did exist. In fact, perfect crimes were sort of like works of art. They could even be respected and revered. You just had to look at the inundation of mystery novels everywhere throughout history. They dealt with all sorts of difficult-to-solve incidents, involving secret rooms and alibis and stuff. They all wanted to show one thing. They wanted to show the beauty of a perfect crime. There was something divine in the flawlessness of the word perfect. Yes, perfect crimes were skills of the gods. And in that sense, the serial freak deaths they were calling the curse of Yashiro-sama, I understood. They must have been the works of gods. Each one appeared to have been resolved, but they couldn't stop it from happening every year. Yeah, skills belonging only to gods. Those are perfect crimes. I would be setting up my own crime before Yashiro-sama's series of perfect crimes 4 years in the running. If I were to put it boldly, I was challenging a god. Foolhardiness would be needed to make the decision, but I need to be calm, cool, colder than ice to put that plan together. See, that's the thing. Those words don't describe Keiichi. That's why I'm hesitant to believe he can actually do this. Calm, cool, and colder than ice. That's... If you ask me to pick 3 descriptors that are like the exact opposite of Keiichi, that's probably what I would go for. And maybe smart. Kill him like a flame, but as systematic as ice. Starting now, I need to retain both of those ideas within me. Modeling my crime after a mystery novel wasn't actually a bad thing to focus on. Sometimes, kidnappings involved disturbing, original methods that made it into the newspaper were used as a basis for novels after the person was arrested. Stuff like that made it into the news. Day and night, for a very long time, mystery novel authors polished and refined their most fantastic artistic crimes. Imitating that could be a shortcut to playing the perfect crime in a short period of time. Of course, I haven't read enough mystery novels to act all high and mighty about them. Yeah, no, you don't read. The one who really liked mystery novels was my mom. She'd read every well-known mystery novel from overseas, from past and present. Every time she watched mystery shows, she would always criticize them as having cheap tricks or being poorly thought out. I wonder what the perfect crime would mean to her. Just gonna casually bring that up with your mom?
これまでの推理小説の中で、母さんが一番よくできたと思った完全犯罪?
Just gonna casually bring it up to your mom. Out of nowhere. Hey, mom, you read a lot of mysteries, right? What do you think was the most perfect crime pulled off in any of your mystery novels? Just out of curiosity. I never asked you about this stuff before, but all of a sudden, I just want to know. Like...
母さんって、そういうの詳しいかなって思って。
それを読むから楽しいのよ。
And of course, mom's gonna be like, why don't you try reading a book, honey? He's like, Mom, just tell me. What was the perfect crime?
初めからトリックを教えちゃったら楽しみがなくなっちゃうわ。
Wasn't like I was asking for my own amusement. She was deflecting the question so I would somehow butter her up first and draw out an answer.
そうね。よくできた推理小説。結構どれもこれもいろんな魅力があって、どれが面白かったとは言いにくいけど、強いてあげれば。
母さんの好きな小説のタイトルが知りたいんじゃないよ。
Whoa, Keiichi. Keiichi. God damn it, Keiichi. No, she's on the right. She's like, true. He didn't ask what your favorite story was. He was asking what what the most perfect crime was. But maybe you can glean that from her favorite story, you could then, I don't know, pick up a fucking book and read it yourself. Now I know for you, reading a book may take a long time. I can't possibly read a book. I gotta kill a man. Like, no, Mom, I want all the grisly details about how this perfect crime was pulled off. For no reason in particular, I'm just curious. Like, y'all try to tell me he's not dumb.
母さんが一番舌を巻いた完全トリックが知りたいんだよ。
本当に完全なトリックだったら名探偵に解く余地がないじゃない。
That was true. Then there'd be no point.
推理小説は解ける謎をいかに解くかの過程を楽しむものよ。
Okay, is this some kind of meta commentary?
解けない謎だったらそれは推理小説の題材になり得ないわね。
Is this Yuki being like, hey, just so you know, reader, you can solve the story. It is solvable. Like, I'm just putting that out there.
そっか。 そりゃそうだよな。主人公に解けなかったらお話として成立しないもんな。
Was I being too simplistic? A mystery novel was basically a game. Oh god, don't bring the game boards into this again. They were written so that you can get to the goal, so that you could solve them. Alright, Keiichi, you're gonna have to flip the chessboard around, just trust me on this one. But I couldn't use something so optimistic. It needed to be the be-all end-all of tricks so that we could, without a doubt, return to our old lives.
ということ、真の完全犯罪は物語にすらならないというのがわかるかしら？
Mom looked at me intellectually and grinned impishly. I'd never gotten to read it, but apparently one time, a long time ago, Mom had written her own mystery novel and submitted it for some mystery novel award. Apparently she was really into it.
物語にならないって。
ケイチ、物語の最低構成要素は？
起承転結。
Honestly, that's where I was gonna
正
go
解
with it.
特に肝心なのは当たり前だけど、木に当たる部分よ。スタートの木がなかったら、そもそも物語は始まらない。
そりゃそうだよ。何も起こらなかったら何も始まらない。
そう。何も起こらないから事件にもならない。探偵も呼ばれないから推理もない。
I see where she's going with it. I see what she's saying. A perfect crime never turns into a story because they never know about the crime in the first place.
推理がないなら解決もない。つまり、これが究極の完全犯罪。
ちょっと待って。もう一度説明してくれるかな。
I don't know what you understand. My mom just told me something absurd. Nah, she just spoke straight facts. The ultimate crime is one where they never find out it happened. That's how you know you pulled off the perfect crime. It's not that the detectives can't figure it out, it's that the detectives are never called in the first place. She was saying it so smoothly, too, so I kind of tuned her out, but she said something extremely important just now.
そんな難しい話じゃないわよ。そもそも事件が発覚しなければいいだけの話。
そもそも発覚しない事件。
つまり、例えばよ、誰も立ち入らない深い森の奥で、そのおじいさんがある日、斧で殺されました。ちなみに犯人は、じゃあ、おじいさんの息子ね。おじいさんの家に来て一緒にお酒を飲んでいたんだけど、ちょっと喧嘩になって殺してしまった。
An extremely cheap plot. It was an impulsive crime without a bit of planning. It was pretty far from a perfect crime.
でもケイ、そこはとても普段は絶対に誰も訪れない。さて、殺した息子はおじいさんは元気だったって。
それのどこが完全犯罪なの？
ケイ、この事件はね、おじいさんが殺されているのが見つかって初めて木を迎えるのよ。もしもこの後誰もおじいさんの家を訪れなかったら、永久に木は訪れない。
The beginning would never occur.
だからつまり、事件が発覚しないから探偵も呼ばれない。そもそも誰も不審に思わないから謎も起こらない。おじいさんは今日も一人でのんびり森の奥で暮らしているんだろうね。で、お空におじいさんの顔が浮かんで、どう？こんな感じで。
すごいじゃない、それ。ちゃんとしたトリックだよ。
でも娯楽小説にはならないわね。推理小説は所詮娯楽書。完全犯罪の指南書にはなり得ないんだから。
I was trying hard to talk cheerfully to fool her, but inside I was excited. Special tools, strange geography, mysterious drugs, traps involving huge sums of cash. None of them were needed for perfect crimes. The important thing was that there wasn't a beginning. Wait, are you telling me that like this is like a hint as to what's going on here? Because we already know mysterious drugs is going on. We already know, we can safely assume special tools are going on because we saw like the torture room on the Sonozaki estate. Strange geography, potentially. Hinamizawa is a unique area. Though traps involving huge sums of cash is definitely not something we've seen thus far. But like that'd be a really funny way of pointing it, of like trying to like steer the reader in a direction of being like, yeah, no, you don't need all these things for perfect crimes. That's why I, the author, am using them. I'm not writing a perfect crime. As long as the incident didn't come to light, it would be fine. Speaking broadly, if I could kill him without anyone finding out, and dispose of the corpse somewhere no one could find, it would basically already be a perfect crime. Of course, if someone up and vanished one day all of a sudden, people would get suspicious. But that didn't apply to this man. Last year, after their aunt died, he ran away from the village in fear of Yashiro-sama. When the night of Watanagashi came around again, everyone would have to think that he ran away in fear again. I mean, he had been living with a lover of his in town. No matter what it felt like when he vanished, no one would be suspicious. People hated him, after all. No one would care where he went if he disappeared. When I thought about it like that, it got easier and easier to imagine killing him. There was no point in thinking inside my house anymore. I left, getting my bike out of the garage. For now, it didn't matter where I was going. I just rode through the wind, trying to calm my excitement by feeling the cool air on my body. Where I'd kill him, how I'd do it, what time, and how to dispose of the corpse. If I just had those 4 things, I could get a good plan going. I was so surprised at how little there was to decide that I shivered. I'd been completely prepared to build this humongous plan over a really long period of time. But if I could just get these little things in order, I could put it into motion. Today was Saturday. I would have to kill him on the night of Watanagashi, so as long as I was standing in for Yashiro-sama, I only had 24 hours remaining. Satoko, just hang on for 24 more hours. I can't even imagine having to suffer through even more, but please, hold out for a little longer. I know you can't even last another second. I know that. But please, just hold out. Your Nini will save you for sure. That's big talk, boyo. Outside, it was still early enough for the cicadas to be crying. Early afternoon. Evening was still a long way off. I looked at the sky. At some point, it had gotten cloudy. Come to think of it, as I left the house, I heard on the TV that the weather forecast was calling for a chance of rain on Sunday. The sky was the color of lead. If I heard a little bit of thunder, I'd definitely have expected a sudden evening shower. My first destination was school. Before explaining why I was going there, I needed to explain what method for killing that man I had decided upon. I decided that the most suitable death, the one I needed to give him, was the same as last year's curse. The same as the punishment their aunt had received, being beaten to death. Okay, so he's getting Satoshi's bat. Wouldn't beating him to death be somewhat unreliable? You may think that stabbing him with a blade would be more reliable. But this was something I had chosen after a lot of thought. You just needed to think realistically. The law, it prohibited carrying any blades longer than 10 centimeters, I think. So the blades available to me, even the longest ones, were still limited to things shorter than a ruler. You can probably understand how tricky it would be for such a short reach to go up against an opponent that might fight back. In that case, a weapon with more reach, like a staff, would be far more advantageous. Might not be quite as inherently lethal, but since you could just keep hitting the guy until you killed him, the end result was the same. So it's a staff-like deadly weapon, terrifyingly powerful and also eminently portable? By this point, you should immediately think of a metal baseball bat. I don't need to explain how terrifying a metal baseball bat can be as a weapon. Of special note is the fact that you can carry one around in broad daylight and not be thought of as suspicious. That's not necessarily true, but just those 2 points would have been enough to choose a metal bat for my weapon. But there was one more reason for choosing a metal bat in particular. I will speak about it later. Okay, Keiichi. After school that Saturday, my classmates were still having fun playing in the schoolyard. I could show up there and be the same as always, so nobody will think I'm suspicious. Getting my hands on the weapon without looking suspicious was actually a factor I couldn't ignore. I didn't normally play baseball, so if I went to a sports store looking for a metal bat, it would definitely be suspicious. I can't let there be a beginning to the story, so I need to be really careful even about that. I left school. At a location at which my appearance wouldn't be suspicious, I would acquire the weapon. I checked inside the classroom through the window, but of course there was nobody there. The only students would stay in there were me and the others when doing club activities. Without us, the classroom after school was just an empty, unused room. Though glancing around nervously, as if I had just gone to get something I'd forgotten, I casually went in the entrance. Looked like the teacher was busy with paperwork in the teacher's lounge, and see her in the hallway. Naturally, yet quickly as a shadow, I entered the classroom. The empty room was full of a strange stagnant air that you couldn't feel normally. An empty classroom with nobody there. Maybe while no one was around, the desks creep about of their own accord, licking the floors clean of dirt. What an imagination you have. If I suddenly stepped into a place like that, would the desks, in their surprise, fly at me, crush my bones, and eat me alive?
バカバカしい。
I felt regret at wasting valuable thinking time on stupid delusions. The students' lockers were lined up in the back of the classroom. The one I was looking for wasn't my own. It was a forbidden locker. One I had accidentally discovered one day. Yeah, okay, I know it's
あっ
Satoshi.
た。北条、間違いない。
If one person has one locker, then why would only Satoko have two? I'd made a fuss about it once. After that, I learned it was Satoshi's locker, and he had the same last name as her. But of course, even though his locker for a student no longer here, looking inside it was still a shameless act. But one time, I let my curiosity get the better of me and took a peek inside. Inside, it was average and worthless. At the time, I hadn't been interested, so until now I'd forgotten what had been in it. But now that I had, dare I say it, awakened, I remembered the thing that had been there. I opened the locker, and a stench of mold and sweat wafted out like a gym storehouse that hadn't been cleaned in weeks. My face puckered up at the stench, but I looked for it. Yes. Satoshi was on Coach's baseball team. Inside the locker was a Hinamizawa fighter's uniform. And it. The one Satoshi used. The metal bat. Yes. This was the reason I wanted to choose this bat. This murder would be carried out by me, but this wasn't originally my role. It was Satoshi's. But I would stand in for him and call myself Satoko's Nini. It was one of the rules for standing in for him. I reached for the metal bat and grasped it firmly. It was light, and yet its tip had enough heft in it, enough to easily imagine the horror if I brought it down with all my might. Satoshi, I give you one last chance to save your sister. Lend me your strength. You're a coward, but I will stand in for you. So if you still care even a little bit about her, you will lend me your strength. There is no more suitable weapon in the world for putting that man to death than your bat. Now, I just needed to figure out where to hide it. Tomorrow, before the act, I would just stop by the school and grab it, because I couldn't ignore the possibility of someone would see me bringing it home and think it was strange. But if I left it here, there wouldn't be a problem. Plus, tomorrow was Sunday. Not only that, it was the day of the biggest festival in the whole village. Nobody would be coming to school. I left out the entrance and went over to a construction vehicle parked nearby. We'd been warned by our teacher not to touch it just for laughs, so none of the kids would come near the vehicle either. They wouldn't, because if she found out they'd touched it, they'd be in huge trouble. I quietly hid it, in the shadow of the vehicle. The chances of someone operating the vehicle tomorrow were slim to none, because tomorrow was Sunday. Government workers had the day off. And, from what my classmates had said, the thing had been left here for years now. Machines that haven't been moved in years, you can't just suddenly start them up again. So it was almost definitely fine in this case. The sunlight was piercingly hot. My head grew faint for a moment. Had the heat been this harsh for the entire day? A moment of dull thoughts like this was a moment of carelessness. I gave myself a couple hits in the head, then looked around warily. Okay. Next, how to dispose of the corpse. Disposing of the corpse. The ultimate way not to create a beginning was not to let the corpse be found. It was even more important than killing him. Thinking on it vaguely, the first thing that came to mind was the swamp. Onegahuchi, the dreadful bottomless swamp revered even now that appeared in the legends of Onegahuchi village. Yes, the swamp called Onegahuchi was here first, and then the village took its name to become Onegahuchi village. In other words, the swamp was the origin of Onegahuchi village. No one, no matter who it was, would float back to the surface of this bottomless swamp. Everyone would be swallowed down into the land of the demons below the earth. That was how the stories went. If I was trying to copy Oyashi Orosama's curse, then I felt that theory demanded I discard the remains and the weapon into the swamp. But They may have said it's bottomless, but I didn't actually know. And people say large creatures like humans produce a lot of gas when they rot, granting a lot of buoyancy. It was why using fairly heavy objects to hold people down didn't work. Come to think of it, with the curse the year before last, Rikichan's mother drowned herself in this swamp. And the criminal left behind the dismemberment and the criminal behind the dismemberment that went missing the year of the first curse too. It was rumored he tried to discard the body in the swamp and accidentally drowned in it. Never heard of the corpse coming back up or them finding it. Then, shouldn't I choose to discard the corpse there too? I could discard the weapon there. And then, for example, if her uncle came out on a motorcycle and attacked, it would become convenient to get rid of the bike too. I knew that Satoko's uncle generally used a motorcycle for transportation. But as for the corpse, after a lot of worrying, I decided to discard the corpse in the swamp. I decided not to discard the corpse in the swamp. The drowning, suicide, and accident were both rumors. Nobody knew if they'd actually happened. There were no lack of false rumors about the drowning suicide anyway, and it was possible the murderer hadn't drowned there and was still on the run. That meant no one had ever confirmed a corpse being dropped in there and then not coming back up. Then what would I do with the body? I thought it might be interesting to go with the first instinct, cut him into pieces and hide him, but the preparation and work for dismembering a human body would be difficult given the amount of time I had. With that out of the question, I arrived at the conclusion to go with the more orthodox method of burying the body. Then where would I bury it? It was a question related to where I would kill him. Of course, I wanted to keep my time and proximity to the body at a minimum. With that in mind, I wanted to dig the hole to dump the body in beforehand to make the location of the act in the hole closer. Choice of where to plan the crime. That I needed to be absolutely careful and thorough with. It had to be somewhere nobody would witness it, in a place with hiding places for a sneak attack. I could dig a hole for the body right there. I go over the possibilities in my head of the various destinations her uncle would head to from Satoko's house. I imagined a map of the area in my head, and I found a place that fulfilled those conditions so easily it was almost unbelievable. A bit of back road that went through the woods. I didn't think her uncle would go deeper into the mountains of Yagochi on a whim. If he was going somewhere, he'd pass through these woods first. And nobody used this back way unless they had something to do at Satoko's house or one or two other places. This path was fantastically ideal, as few people used it. I would wait for him, in these woods. Would an ambush actually be possible? I went to the trees and tried really hiding myself in a few places. It was extremely quiet. My senses could be sharpened here to their maximum amount. I didn't know when he'd come, but I'd wait right here, for Satoko's uncle. I actually had some trouble coming to that decision. The question arose of whether I should somehow call the man out. Was there a risk I'd be taking him? Was there a risk I'd be taking by luring him here? That man made Satoko do all the shopping and errands. He seldom left on his own business. He wouldn't leave, unless I worked out a plan to force him to, would he? That was the question. Tomorrow was the Wataragashi festival. Would he go out for the festival, or would he stay inside? If he stayed inside, how would I drag him out of his house? That's right. Wouldn't he make Satoko go to the festival? Satoko would go to the festival. Meanwhile, I would call the man. This is the Okonomiya police station. We have the young lady from your house. Could you come and pick her up immediately? It didn't even have to be the police. This is the clinic. The young lady from your house has been injured. Please come and pick her up. Yes, that would work too. If I claimed to be the police or the hospital, told him to come and then hang up on him, he'd rush there trying to figure out what was going on, wouldn't he? And just the other day, he was visited by a probation officer. He wouldn't suddenly grumble about having to get his niece to not go. It would look like child neglect. The man had no skills useful around the house. Satoko, his slave, was an essential part of his daily life. Conclusion. If he went out to the festival, I would attack him here on his way there or back. If he didn't, I would lure him out by phone. If luring him out by phone was my first step, I needed to be sure Satoko would go to the festival, leaving the house. It would be convenient if I could make Mion take Satoko to the festival. She said her aunt was a district welfare officer. In other words, an ally to the probation officer. If I somehow incited Mion to take Satoko to the festival with her, well, being who she is, she'd use that fact and get her there. Satoko should just take a break and have fun at the festival with everyone. She should have a good time, reminisce on our former peaceful days. When she went home, everything would be over. Yeah, that would be the best outcome. With that decided, I needed to dig a hole somewhere in the woods to hide the body. So it wouldn't stand out, so it wouldn't be found. Someplace nobody would see me while I was completely exposed as I buried the corpse. I wanted it to be close to the scene of the crime, but naturally it grew farther away. Deep in the bosom of the Black Forest, The voices of the Higurashi were the only sounds here, informing me that people shouldn't indiscreetly set foot in this place.
穴を掘るか。
Digging a hole with so many tree roots crawling around the ground would be far more difficult than I'd envisioned. I snuck a gardening spade out here in my bag, but that wouldn't be enough. Oh god, no. You're not gonna dig a grave with a spade? Still, as I looked into various approaches, I managed to find a place I could dig into. Tomorrow I'd bring a real shovel from the storeroom at home. I'd manage with that. Or how big a hole would have to be to fit a human all the way into it. Probably have to dig pretty deep down, yeah, at least 6 feet. But if I was slipshod in these efforts, I'd let a beginning occur. I absolutely couldn't allow that. Use any amount of time you need to. I mustn't spare any effort to utterly erase him. Glanced at my wristwatch. It was a little past 6. This was probably all I was going to get done here for today. I really wanted to dig the hole in advance tonight, even if it got dark out, but Mom would be upset if I stayed out that late. It would be good to come off as suspicious to my parents. Yeah, because you definitely haven't done that already. I need to go back home and give Mion a call soon. I need to get her to promise Satoko to take her by tonight. After that, today would be done. Done. Would it be, though? Was this really everything I could do to prepare right now? I decided where to kill him. I decided how to kill him. I decided, of course, how to dispose of the body. I didn't decide on a time, but I would play that by ear. I didn't have a way to decide that. Was that really all? Was this really all right? Have I overlooked anything? Would this really go how I planned? After all this, worries started welling up one after another. It was only natural I'd be anxious. This would be the first and last big job of my lifetime. I could not allow failure, and I had no experience as this was my first time. I didn't have the know-how, the knack. So it was only natural I'd be anxious. The dark clouds of unease told me doing nothing would be the easiest way, a truly pathetic suggestion this late in the game. Have you forgotten how miserable Satoko looked? From the outside, it may have looked like I was resolute, but deep in my heart, my knees were shaking loudly. I've never actually won a single fight to my satisfaction. Could I really kill someone? See, that's what I'm saying. I may have been planning an ambush, but my enemy was large and far older than me. He had a scary face, and he looked like he was well accustomed to fighting. Could I have all the pieces before and after the murder were perfectly planned? But was the actual murder, the most important part, what unsettled me the most? All my preparations, all of my perfectly concealed machinations, if I didn't successfully murder him, they amounted to nothing. Damn it. After coming this far, you're pathetic, Keiichi Maibara. If you start to have these kinds of second thoughts, your ulterior motive will be obvious. Let's go home. Go home and calm your mind. Tomorrow will be a juncture in your life, the likes of which graduation, employment, marriage, and childbirth couldn't hold a candle to. A day of murder, to kill someone for someone else's sake. With that day behind us, we would take it back again. Those mild, spring-like days we never thought would stop. Those safe, peaceful, fun times. I pedaled my bicycle hard to get back home. I felt somehow unsteady, like my body and soul weren't in alignment. A subtle shift between where the tips of my hands and feet really were and where I felt them to be. My vision was a little distant and narrow, as if the great barrier I'd risked my future life on had nothing to do with me. An unreal sensation. How could I put it? Everything was so far away. Fine. Feel your unease permeate you, Keiichi Maibara. If that will turn your timidity into meticulousness and allow you to act with greater caution, then it's actually an important emotion to feel. This feeling I had never went away that night. It was the first time I'd be calling Mion's house. I searched for her in the phone book that school gave me, then dialed a short phone number, the kind unique to remote places. It was around dinner time. She would probably be home. But just as I started to think nobody would respond, someone finally picked up the receiver.
はい、その時です。
夜分遅くにすみません。ミオンか。
え、どちら様？
俺だよ。ケイイチだ。
あ、ああ、ケイちゃんか。何こんな時間に。
She seemed to be in a weirdly good mood, and she drew her syllables out. Right, it's the night before tomorrow's festival, so she's probably with her family having some drinks.
悪いな、こんな時間に。今、時間は。
うん。何？
サトコのことなんだけど。
I heard her draw in a small breath on the other end.
さとこ、大変なこと大丈夫かな。
The scent of sake had completely disappeared from her voice.
大丈夫なわけない。お前も見ただろ、あれ。あんな、擦り切れるまでに、俺たちはあんなになるまで、ずっと見捨ててきた。
見捨ててたわけじゃない。みんな助けようとして。
でも、結局何も思いつかなかった。結局、あんなになるまで。
そうだね。私は結局。
だからさ、せめて、一夜くらい。
え？
あいつも、いろいろとだからさ、明日の綿流しのお祭りに。
それは、どうして？
どうしてって、せめて祭りの夜くらい、生き抜きたとえ一夜でも、あの意地悪なおじの元から離れられる。
だから。
どうしてって、何がだよ。
I was having a little difficulty understanding what Mion was asking me.
どうして、ケイちゃんが連れて行ってあげないの？私に頼まなきゃならないの？
Mion was persistent about odd things. Yeah, it's almost like she could fucking see through your shit. It's almost like, oh, huh. If you care so much, why wouldn't you try bringing her? Why is it falling on my shoulders? What are you going to be doing that night? No, maybe it's better to say that she was sharp, absolutely.
俺、実は、ちょっと明日は用事があってさ。
Wow. Yeah, just keep it vague, buddy. There's nothing suspicious about that. Oh, you mean the night of the big festival that everyone in the village celebrates? Oh, you have something going on. You just have something. Oh yeah, something really important going on. The night of the festival when nothing else is going on.
祭りには行けない。だから、さとこ、ミオンが連れて行ってやってほしい。
用事って。
大した用事じゃないんだ。多分すぐに片付くと思うけど、ひょっとすると明日は合流できないかもしれない。
Yeah, she's immediately clocking that.
ミオン、明日の夜だけ、さとこ頼めないか。
Mion took a long time to give her reply. I got the feeling that Mion had been acting weird for a while now. Like she was flustered by emotions or something.
いや。
Huh? Was that a sob? Mion? Are you crying?
私、嫌だって言ったじゃない。私なんかに押し付けられても困るって。
別に押し付けるつもりなんかないよ。明日の夜だけでいいんだ。
嘘だったじゃない。
What? Mion, what was she talking about?
綿流しの夜だけって結局ずっとだった。
Oh, fuck. Did Satoshi say the same thing? We're going that route again where he's doing the exact same shit Satoshi was doing.
嘘つき。でも、おあいこかな。私、全然あなたとの約束。あの子はずっとほったらかしだし、ね。
I had no idea what to say to that. Mion was clearly now talking to someone other than me. I didn't know who. All I could do was listen to her in a
あ
daze.
れからずっと帰ってこないのに、あの子のことをもう一度押し付ける。本当にねえ、あなたサトシ君なんでしょう。
ミオン、さっきから何の話だ。
When I said her name, whatever spell was on Mion was released.
ごめん、なんでもないの。ちょっとケイちゃんの今の電話にそっくりな電話を昔受けたことがあって。
それ、ひょっとしてサトシか。
Mion didn't answer. All I could hear were sobs coming through the receiver.
ちょっと私変なとこで感情的にごめんね、焦ったでしょ。
I had no idea how it happened, but I was pretty sure that last year, on this very day, Satoshi had called Mion, told her to bring Satoko to the festival. When she asked why he needed her to do it, he replied the same way I just did.
サトシ、
うん、用事があるから自分は行けないって言って、代わりに私にサトコを祭りに連れて行ってくれって。
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Wasn't the aunt the one who was? I'm pretty sure, at least in chapter one, I'm pretty sure I heard that the aunt was beaten to death with a bat specifically, right? So then it makes me question, like, if that's what happened with the uncle? Did the uncle happen to be, like, out at the time? So Satoshi's plan failed? So he just took out the aunt instead? And then, what happened to Satoshi, what I thought would happen to Keiichi this time around? Where, like, he went to kill the aunt, but then whoever else was, carrying out these curses took him as the person to get disappeared.
その時サトコを頼む。
言ったよ。明日の夜だけケイちゃんの言い方があまりにもよく似てたんで、ちょっと思い出して取り乱しちゃった。
I didn't expect this. Satoshi had given her the exact same phone call 1 year ago today. After that, Mion had said no more. That he was lying. That he told her it would only be for the night of the festival.
そうだったな。サトシはその数日後に
Disappeared might have been a rather vague way to put it. Whether he ran away or not, Satoshi left, abandoning Satoko.
そう、天候でもなく、家出でもなく、消えたの。
And then, an idea far more indistinct than even fog crossed my mind. Satoshi made exactly the same phone call as me last year. Why would Satoshi make the exact same call? Keiichi. I know you're a brain-dead idiot, but come on now. The dots could not be easier to connect. If, in the truest sense, he really made the exact same phone call as I am right now, then the incident where their aunt was beaten to death, could it?
サトシ。
え？何が？
Last year, Satoko had been constantly abused by her uncle's wife, their aunt too. Her aunt abused her the most, and on that night, in the name of Uyashiro-sama's curse, she was taken from this world. If I thought about that, everything made perfect sense, didn't it?
あれサトシってことは考えられないか。
Why would you ask that out loud? Like, obviously that's something she's probably thought of, but do you really think making her thinking about that's gonna be a good idea? No, but that would mean... But then, Satoshi... He was a coward who abandoned Satoko and ran away, wasn't he? Keiichi. How could Satoshi resolve himself to kill a person to save Satoko? It was unthinkable.
私も実はそれを疑ったことがある。サトシには悪いけど。
A few days later, he disappeared on Satoko's birthday. When I first heard it, I flew into a rage. What a cruel day to have run away on. But now that I thought about it like this, the story changed completely. Satoshi had probably been even less calm than I was now. He was her big brother, related by blood, watching his little sister be abused day in and day out. Maybe that's why he couldn't keep calm. And that was why the corpse of their aunt, beaten to death, was so easily discovered. Satoshi lost himself in his anger and hadn't hidden the corpse. He permitted a beginning to occur. If the police conducted a full-blown investigation, it was easy to imagine they wouldn't take long to pin down Satoshi as the culprit. Satoshi. He wished for a return to peaceful days with Satoko, and though he achieved it for a time, he had been steadily driven into a corner. And then, he wanted to at least hold out until Satoko's birthday, but finally, they nailed him. At the time, Satoshi had been carrying the savings he'd amassed to buy Satoko a giant stuffed animal for a birthday present. He would buy the stuffed animal as her gift, and then get caught. Oh, damn. Definitely didn't figure this out like an hour ago. Or two. Or he could use the money and disappear. That was the choice he'd been forced to make. And he decided not to make Satoko the sister of a murderer. If that was the case, Then it must have been an unspeakably bitter decision. All that money he'd saved, wanting to see Satoko happy, he had to use it to make her sad. Then he used the savings and disappeared to Tokyo if the rumors were true.
サトシは
それは大石なんかはそう思ってるみたいだけどね。
Oishi. Had he been slowly driven into a corner by that repulsive man's pig-headed pursuit?
確かに状況証拠は揃ってるけど、県内のどっかで捕まったろくでなしが犯行を自供したっていうし。
Okay. And that's why they booked some randos, because they cut a deal with Satoshi. Especially if Oishi is involved in the curse killings, right? If he's in charge of this, he's like, yeah, no, if you just fuck off, you'll be the one who disappeared. And then this whole incident doesn't have to come back to bite your sister in the ass, you know? You just take that money there and you fuck right off. And instead, they just arrest some, because, corrupt cops, they'll arrest whoever the fuck they want. They just pull some lowlife that I'm sure has some history of, various charges. So they're just like, yep, it was this guy. For sure. They fucking, interrogate him enough until he is ready to confess, and bada bing, bada boom. That was right. The deviant had confessed and the incident was solved.
そいつは本当にただの異常者で、ひなみ沢とは何の縁もない男だ。もちろんサトシとも何の関係もない。だからそんな奴がサトシの身代わりになって嘘をついてくれたなんて到底思えないし。
You couldn't just arbitrarily decide like that. You never know where or how humans are tied together. If that guy took the blame, then it was the perfect crime. Of course, if it really was the perfect crime, there'd be no reason for Satoshi to vanish. Yeah, it wasn't the perfect crime because he did get caught. They just gave him an option to, go away.
それに、サトシには逃亡資金なんてなかったとサトシが預金を下ろした。これは誰に言っても信じてくれないんだけど、サトコのために買うと言ってたぬいぐるみが売れてショーケースからなくなってたの。
And see, that's kind of what I was suspecting. I never thought like he could have cut a deal with the cops, but that's very much an option, considering if we consider that Oishi's a dirty cop. But yeah, I fully think he got ambushed on his way to buy the fucking gift. So now that I think about it, I can only imagine someone, like I said, someone intercepted him as he was buying the gift. What I fully expected from the beginning, ever since, ADA dropped that little tidbit for us to learn that he was, saving up to buy this gift. He went into town. And that was where he fucked up. Because there are two people in town that would clearly have it out for him. The first is obviously the uncle, right? Because after the aunt was murdered, the uncle, fled into the town, right? So obviously, if the uncle knew who the one who beat his wife was, beat her to death, or even if he just had some idea of who it could have been, right? Makes total sense the uncle would have jumped him. Makes perfect sense. But also, in the theory that Oishi is a dirty cop, if, Oishi's patrolling Hinamizawa, patrolling the outskirts of Hinamizawa, waiting for that boy to finally leave. To finally leave the village, and he's in town all by himself. Perfect chance to nab him. And if he's actually involved in these curse killings, he's not giving him a deal and just sending him on his way, right? He's like, gotcha now, boy. And then whatever happened after that, who knows? But yeah, it's kinda...
きっとサトシが買ったに違いない。
ちょっと待てよ。逃走資金に使わないでぬいぐるみを買うために使ったならサトコのところへ帰るはず
Unless
だ
he was intercepted by someone, Keiichi. Goddamn. Use your brain. I know you don't ever do that, but
ぬい
please.
ぐるみを買ってそれを届けもせずに蒸発するなんて
Right? That seems incredible. It's almost like something must have happened.
うん。だから、わからなくなっちゃうんだよ。まとまったお金があるならともかく、貯金を全部使っちゃったなら、サトシは無一文。お金もなく逃亡生活ができるほど。
I didn't get it. Jesus fuck, Keiichi. You stupid bastard. After all that, I was understanding Satoshi less and less. Yeah, because he's not fitting conveniently into this fucking way you've painted him for the last several hours. And from the jump, we knew anyone with a brain knew he didn't. Genuinely, even without reading like the previous chapters, right? Because we know like back in chapter 1 they started saying like, oh, Keiichi was acting a lot like Satoshi, swinging that bat around, you know, and all that. And just from the way Satoko spoke about Satoshi, it's like, or the others would speak about Satoshi, like, you could tell there was more to him. Even if I had read only this chapter without any prior knowledge of it, even if I had read just this chapter, I still would never have drawn the same conclusions that Keiichi did. So it's like, of course he's not fitting into the way you fucking painted him. You understood him wrong from the jump. Because you're stupid. The two of us fell silent. Couldn't remember how we even got on this topic.
ごめん、どこで話が脱線しちゃサトコの件ね。実はもうちゃんと誘ってあるんだよ。え、本当かよ。祭りの準備でみんなで神社に行った時さ。それで集会所の電話でそのおじのやつよそよそしくて勝手にしろみたいな感じだったけど、明日みんなで待ち合わせしていくことになってるんだよ。安心した？サトシ。バカ、俺はサトシじゃないって。
I was a little relieved. I didn't need to make the phone call. Satoko had already been invited to the festival. And not in a way that smelled of blood, a way to leave her uncle alone to create time for me to kill him. They purely wanted Satoko to enjoy herself, so they invited her. In the end, it was the same, but I was happy for that slight difference.
すまないな。俺が電話をするまでもなかった。昨日にしろ今日にしろ変な話ばかりして忘れてくれ。
こっちこそ。
Just forget about it. Yeah, bud, I'm sure she'll just forget about it.
誰にもなく取り乱しちゃって本当にごめん。
We apologized to each other for a little bit.
じゃあ俺はこれで失礼するな。おやすみ。
何の用事？
As if interrupting our parting words, Mion struck straight where it hurt.
それもまたサトシと同じように言えない？
Clock his ass.
バカ。だから俺はサトシじゃないって言ってるだろ。
うん。そんなのは分かってるよ。
I deflected her with a response that wasn't really an answer. Mion didn't hound me anymore after that.
じゃあ今度こそおやすみな。
どうしてケイちゃんがサトシ君と全く同じ電話をしてきた？うん。なんでもない。ごめんね。おやすみ。
切るぞ。
Satoshi Hojo. Just who are you? I scorned you as a coward who ran away, abandoning his sister. I always thought you'd have the right to call yourself her Nini. But now I didn't know what to think. Oyashiro-sama's curse in the 4th year, their aunt's death and Satoshi's disappearance. And now, me, trying to carry out Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 5th. Oddly enough, what I was going to do overlapped perfectly with Satoshi, the day before the curse. No, that wasn't all. If we start, back from Satoko being abused, then I'd been overlapping with Satoshi for days already. When I talked to Mion before, she asked me if I was Satoshi. If that was the first impression a third party like Mion got, then it was probably true. Then as Satoshi had accomplished, I would succeed in the murder. But that was to the extent to which we overlapped. I was far calmer than Satoshi, and more calculating. I could actually grow calmer, the more enthusiastic I became. I don't believe that. For a second. You don't grow calmer ever. That's why I wouldn't follow in Satoshi's footsteps. I would snip him cleanly out of the world, and then get our peaceful life back. Maybe Satoshi has been with me ever since I chose to use Satoshi's bat as my weapon. No, maybe even longer than that. When I decided I'd be her Nini, maybe Satoshi had been residing within me then too. Satoshi, were you really a coward? Or are you a true Nini even now? The kind worthy of Satoko's love? I never met him, never spoken to him, didn't even know his face, and yet I felt so connected to him. I'd never felt that way before. Keiichi. A note on the housewife murder case. Color me intrigued. For the attention of those on the housewife slaughter incident case. July 1982. Okonomiya Police Station 1st Investigative Division. Chief Takasugi. Prefecture Police Headquarters for the Eradication of Drug-Related Crime. Shishibone Branch Head. Regarding incident designated as undercover investigation. This message is to inform you that a section of the testimony records of an incident under this police headquarters jurisdiction has been found. That is thought to be related to the undercover investigation of the incident in question, Okonomiya Police Station, Hinamizawa Village housewife slaughter incident. During investigation of suspect who was arrested for possession of illegal drugs, there was testimony alluding to the crime in question. It became clear that it contained information that only the perpetrator could have known. Therefore, we are prepared to share this record of testimony with you, duplicate attached. This testimonial is to be believed, and there is an extremely high chance that suspect was the perpetrator in the incident in question. In addition, on receiving this testimony, the head investigator on the case inquired as to the incident with the Okonomiya Police Station. The responsible party at Okonomiya's police station misunderstood, and in compliance with the designation as an undercover investigation by executive order from Prefectural Police Headquarters on July 1st, 1982, General Administration B-112, they did not explain the incident's existence to the head investigator as they should have. Because of this, the head investigator did not realize the importance of the testimony as it related to this case in question, and as a result was negligent when combing the scene. We apologize for having effectively ignored it until now. In addition, there's a postscript saying that suspect died while in confinement yesterday on... Okay. So the official police report is like, yeah, no, we found this testimony, and I guess the head investigator just overlooked it. Our bad, but actually it's very important to the case. Also, the guy died. So, case closed. Yeah. Yeah, that's some sketch shit. Wow. What a report. That's actually fucking hilarious. Yeah, no, we have this testimony from earlier, and I guess so-and-so totally misunderstood the testimony. They didn't understand how it pertained to the investigation. They weren't fully informed, so they tossed it aside. But now they've been properly informed, and I think we got him, boys. Case closed. But he is dead, though. So no one's gonna be able to follow up on that at all, because, you know, he did it to himself in confinement. What are we to do? But I guess we got our perp. End of story. Which makes me think that Oishi is absolutely involved, right? Oishi would absolutely have to be involved. He sets up this fake, well, not, I don't know. He sets up this scapegoat, essentially, to be like, yeah, this is the guy who's gonna take the fall for the crime. We got rid of the actual guy who did it. Because this feels like the police are aware that the guy who did it, who actually did it, is gone. He's no more. So they're like, yep, we found this random fucking junkie off the street. And they fucking, put the screws to him, made him confess to doing it, and then fucking offed him before anyone could follow up on it. Before anyone not involved in the situation could step in and be like, well, I have a few questions. So yeah, I think that definitely lends more credence to Oishi being connected. Sunday. The fireworks I'd heard before noon were probably to announce the opening of the festival. And the weather certainly wasn't festival weather. It was cloudy. The television forecast was calling for possible downpours starting this evening and lasting until around midnight. But as long as it wasn't raining at the moment, the festival would go on. The festival had to open, or it wouldn't begin. The Hurure Shrine grounds were probably decorated beautifully for the big performance that only happened once a year. Many paper lanterns were hung up, all in the auspicious colors of red and white. Ooh. I'm liking the music. The sound of electric motors at the stalls, the voices of kids running around. Their happy families watching them, smiling. Today was the festival of Watanagashi. Was everyone already partaking in the festivities? What about Satoko? Had she forgotten her days of suffering just for a few moments, while smiling that brilliant smile she hadn't in so long? This would probably be the longest day of my life. It would be a day I would remember vividly for as long as I lived. I told my parents I'd go to the festival this evening and lounged about during the early afternoon. We may have lived under the same roof, but they couldn't help being surprised by the deviation from how I usually spent my time. Glancing at my parents out of the corner of my eye, I went to the front door. Tied my shoes just a little tighter than normal, as if to express the firmness of my resolve in those knots. But also, you don't want your shoes falling off. If you're gonna go kill someone, be like, oh, yep, we found a shoe. Fucking run it. When I decided to murder Satoko's uncle, I was in such a state of excitement I almost went crazy. When I was planning out the act of a murder, which went directly against all the morals fostered in me thus far, I was in such a state of calm I almost thought I had lost my emotions. And then, yesterday, when I learned Satoshi had made exactly the same phone call as me, I didn't know how to describe the muddled feelings I had then. And now, entering today, right now I lacked all the emotions I'd possessed until now. To make a simple analogy, it was the kind of feeling you might get after you wake up when you're still half asleep and you don't feel anything very clearly. I had no anger towards that man for the violence he'd committed against Satoko, nor did I feel sadness towards or sympathize with her. I felt no discontent towards my friends who had just waited and watched, never reaching out to her with any help, and no nervousness or fear towards the day that had finally come. Yes, right now, you could say I was in the best possible condition for carrying out a murder. When it came down to it, I'd probably need to let my violent emotions take control. Right up until that moment, I'd be like an insect. I would slowly, surely, and silently move towards my one true objective, and then, when I had my prey, I'd attack like a bullet. There was no emotion in that, just the creeping mindset insects possessed. This sort of sneaking feeling was just the best. I would kill Satoko's uncle like he was a worm. I had to laugh a little at that way of thinking like an insect. I tightened my license one more time and walked out the door. Now that he's entered like this like emotional state, all I can think of is like fucking scenes from fucking Dexter, where it's like, I'm not a regular human. Humans have emotions, but I don't feel anything. I'm not a human like the rest of them. I brought the shovel out of the front storeroom. I would need it to dig the man's grave. The shovel was a convenient one made for camping. If I twisted it like so and split it into three, I could easily hide it in my bag. I twisted the shovel and dismantled it. And even though I'd done it countless times before, I had trouble for some reason. Like I was suddenly clumsy now. I knew why. It wasn't because I was nervous. My weak-willed self, deep within me, was hesitant. I knew that the act of dismantling the shovel was the first step I'd take to becoming a murderer. The last twist was conspicuously difficult, but it finally submitted before the strength of my determination. The area around Satoko's house was outside my circle of activity, but even just riding my bike in the middle of the day like this might seem suspicious to an observant person. I definitely want to avoid meeting and talking to someone I knew. With that in mind, I chose the route to my destination carefully. I didn't mind going the long way around. How long this day would be, I could never be too careful after all. Okay, you said you were gonna call him though, right? You said like if you needed to lure him out, you'd call him. I don't think y'all had mobile phones like that in the 80s, so how you gonna call him out? I'm just curious. If you're just gonna lie in wait in the woods, I guess you're hoping he's gonna go to the festival himself, so you can try to jump him there. But if he doesn't, like, what's What's your plan, big dog? How are you gonna call him out? Is there some kind of forced payphone I don't know about? Still, I was fortunate enough to not to run across anybody on my way to the planned site of the crime. I wasn't superstitious at this point, but it was a good omen. The place I would dig the hole was in this grove a little further into the woods. I was worried I might not make it to the same place as before, since there were no signs to guide me, but I arrived there smoothly and as expected. I took another look around. Not even a hint of human presence. The air was a little bit damp, but it was comfortable in the cool shade of the trees. I took the Whoops. I took the disassembled shovel out of my bag, began skillfully putting it together. Then, I stuck the tip of the shovel into a soft-looking patch of ground and pushed on it with my foot. The shovel would split into the earth if I put some strength into that foot. The act of doing so seemed awfully like the point of no return, and it made me hesitate. I was just digging a hole with a shovel, but it made me gulp hard. Calm down, Keiichi, my brother. Let's do a countdown. Get it done on the count of 3, okay? Alright. 1, 2. I couldn't do it on the countdown, despite it just being sticking the shovel into the ground. I had to count down 5 or 6 times. Damn it. I'm just digging a hole. This is pathetic. As I thought that, I put strength into my heel like I was stepping on something unpleasant, and split came the sharp noise. It was only soft at the beginning. Roots and stones quickly got in my way, informing me just how hard it was to dig a hole big enough for a person. No decent person would ever come here anyway. It would be enough to cover him up with some dirt. Every time a naive thought like that crept into my mind, I bit down on it with my teeth and dug even harder. I've dug enough now. I could hide him like this. Every time I thought that, I would go down into the hole, grow disappointed at how shallow it was, and return to digging. A thin layer of sweat on my brow eventually formed into drops and fell to the ground. My back was in even worse shape. My damp shirt adhered to my skin, and it felt so disgusting. The things I couldn't stand the most were the mosquitoes. Maybe they were attracted by the scent of my sweat. The white and black striped mosquitoes would cling to me whenever I let my guard down. It was hot. It was disgusting. I was sticky. I was itchy. All those uncomfortable feelings surged through me in waves. I hadn't yelled at anyone. It was me talking to myself, me telling myself something. Why was I feeling this way, and digging a hole all the way out here? What benefit would digging this hole give me? What harm would there be in not digging this hole at all? Wait, in the first place, who ordered me to dig? When I thought it over, maybe ever since grade school, or even before that, my whole life had only been me doing what other people told me to. I didn't mean it was somehow constrained, living a life just based on the commands of others. I didn't mean I was too lazy to try and find my own road in life. Metaphorically speaking, yes, it was like a road. I'd never been particularly physically fit. I didn't hit puberty very early, and if all my classmates and I got in a line, I'd usually be on the shorter end. My scores in jump rope competitions and marathons were the very picture of average. And it wasn't like the captains of the dodgeball teams would have a passionate rock-paper-scissors contest to see which would get me. During those kindergarten and grade school years, it felt like someone was only worth how fast they grew and how fit they were. Looking back on it now was really uncomfortable for me. The thing that turned all that around was just a few words from my mother.
Keiichi, あなた塾に入る気はない？学校の勉強がわかるようになって楽しくなるわよ。
The very first test I took at cram school was kind of like a game. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't like the test with the same exact problem dozens of times in a row. Every question had a picture to it, almost like one of those puzzle books that came with manga magazines. If my studies at school had been like this, it would have been way more fun. Several days later, I went to the cram school again with my mother and the enrollment paperwork. Mom and the person at the cram school had a really long, heated discussion, so I accidentally dozed off and missed most of what they said, but I clearly remember one point. Mom had made a loud groan, surprised at something.
61って平均点が61点。
いえ、違いますよ、全国展開する当塾での平均偏差値が61です。簡易式の知能検査でも非凡な数字が出ています。まず申し上げて、前原圭一君は大変に頭がいい。
圭一が？でも学校では大した成績じゃあります。通信簿も234が適当に並ぶ平均的なもので。
Huh. So Japan's graded on numbers? Because she said Nissan and Yon, which is 2, 3, and 4. Interesting. I genuinely didn't know that.
何かの間違いではありませんか？
いくつかの知能テストとも重ねましたが、その結果、興味深いことが分かりました。前原君は意味を持たない問題に非常に弱いのです。
Interesting. So if you're just randomly throwing a problem at him that he has no context for, you're just saying solve this, he can't do anything. But when you actually give some context to the solution, actually invest him in the actual solution, he can solve it.
無味乾燥で自身の生活に結びつかない内容の問題に興味が持てないのです。
Interesting.
2+3は分からなくても、リンゴが2個あって3個増やしたら何個にという形な
Yeah,
ら
so I
理解
immediately
で
thought
き
of
る
like math
ということです
problems.
か？
If you show him like a formula and tell him to solve for it, he's not going to be able to fucking figure it out. But if you actually present it as a real world situation, okay. I suppose that makes a lot of sense as to why a lot of questions in my own fucking, textbooks growing up were phrased like that. See, that's the thing. I'm like the exact opposite. I hated really wordy problems, especially when it came to math. I hated like, oh, so-and-so has this and this, or, the full, this train's moving at this speed and this speed. I was genuinely at my best in high school when they just gave me a fucking formula and told me to solve it. Cut all the bullshit out and just said, here's the formula, solve for X, solve for Y, yada yada yada. That's why I fucking, was terrible in geometry, because, in geometry, you had to write, fucking paragraphs, right? You couldn't just give an answer. It'd be like, using proofs and theorems, describe how you reached this solution. Describe what theorems and proofs you use to arrive at this solution. I'm like, I don't want to write paragraphs. I just want to write numbers. So maybe that's why me and Keiichi here have such a disconnect, because we're at opposite ends of thinking here. He needs all this context to be able to understand a problem. I just want my numbers. I just want my numbers.
その通りです。例えば、正六面体の展開図を書けと言われて混乱する圭一君も、サイコロを切り開いたらどんな形になるというふうに聞けば、見事に答えられるのです。
Then the person from the cram school showed her a page from one of the exams I took. It was a paper with questions about construction. Construction questions were unusual, so they were really cool, weren't they?
正二十面体の展開図を書けという問題です。この問題を二十面体のサイコロを作るにはどんな風に厚紙を切ればいいと聞き直したら、圭一君はさも簡単そうにこれを書いてみせました。これは平凡なことではありません。
圭一、あなたどこかの本の雑誌の付録か何かで二十面体のサイコロを作ったことがあったの？
Dice only went from 1 to 6. Never even considered before this test that there were dice with more than 6 sides. So it was fun to imagine what kind of shape a die that would win up to 20 would have. If I had a die like that, I could win at Snakes and Ladders against anyone. So I immediately wanted to make it. Finally, I entered cram school. There were only 4 students in the class they put me in, which was called Select. It was the highest class, and some of my classmates were in lower classes. When I remembered how much better they had done at things like dodgeball and the 50-meter sprint, I felt happiness well up within me for the first time. Even if I wasn't as good at them physically, I triumphed over them in other ways. It was fun at first. The more I did, the more I was praised. My teachers at school suddenly started pampering me, and it felt good. My parents were satisfied too. and I enjoyed seeing them satisfied. The more I listened to my parents' commands, the more fun things got. That did happen, didn't it? I grinned dryly in self-deprecation. Because, well, my studious lifestyle didn't end up lasting very long. It was only at the beginning I enjoyed learning more and more. I gradually got along less with my friends. My classes were behind what I was learning in cram school, and I eventually stopped respecting the teachers, given that they could put me to sleep with their lectures. And, well, I was a disagreeable sort who bragged a lot about how much I knew, and the ways of the world wouldn't let me remain in that state of ecstasy forever. I would do as I was told, and I'd go above and beyond their expectations, then they praised me. I was happy for that, and the cycle repeated itself like the wheels on a bike. I thought moving forward like that was how life worked, like a bicycle. When I moved to Hinamizawa, I realized just how inadequate I was. Some things happened, and we started saying how moving and getting a change in atmosphere would be nice. And then my father, he had a place that he liked, that he'd gone to a few times to draw the nature. He started saying that he wanted to bring his atelier there. With me in blank amazement, they decided to move to Hinamizawa. And after that, I met them, didn't I? The first day after transferring here, I went to the classroom with the teacher. I thought it would seem pitiful for her to bring me in there, so I placed my hand on the door before she could, slammed it open, and set foot into the room. Clatter. The thrilling, powerful way I opened that door was none other than my own determination to try doing my life over again. And then, within seconds, that determination took a hard counter to the face. A blackboard eraser fell on me. Plus, there was a huge rock inside. It was a supremely painful trap someone had set up. Oh, come on. Satoko was already beating me right from the first day I transferred. That frightened me. I was bewildered. The class was surprised too. I wasn't just surprised that the students in the class were all in different grades and were different genders. It was because the room felt completely different from the schools I knew. And as I spent more time with them, my surprise continued to grow. This fresh sense of surprise never left my life even to this day. Every day was a fresh new surprise. I never had a single boring day since coming here. The days were lively, spent with the other club members. We played Old Maid with cards with scratches on the back to cheat. We let all our passions go wild during our games. We went all out as regular participants in tournaments at the toy store in town, and many, many more things. Recently during those times, there was the bento competition. It was then. That's when I saw an unexpected side to Satoko. Thinking back on it, I only ate dinner with her 2 nights. It was such sweet, gentle time spent, and it warmed my heart remembering it even now. I realized that Satoko was pretending to be stubborn and firm, and how brave she was, part of her heart always waiting for her Nini to come home. And I vowed to become her Nini. Satoko may have been nagging and overly critical, but she knew how to take care of someone. But though it might have seemed like she was taking the lead, it was actually her way of depending upon another person. Even if Satoshi and Satoko's lives as siblings were confined by their uncle and his wife, they were still warm, sunny days. When did those sunny days all go wrong? What mistake was made? Lamenting tragedies of the past would do no good, and I told myself that so many times. But I did anyway. Keiichi, isn't that why you chose your own path? To take back that life? Nobody ordered you to do this. You decided it on your own. You don't desire anyone's praise for this. You thought it all through yourself. You'll carve it out yourself. And you'll do it now. This wasn't a path I could see very far down, not like the road parents or society could offer. It was a narrow path, dark, and utterly distressing, one for which the next step would always be shrouded in darkness. But that disheartening path would keep going on forever. It was an unlimited path, and there was nowhere I couldn't travel. The kind of path only available to those able to imagine where they wanted to go. Don't be ashamed of breaking from the brightly lit paved road. In fact, feel proud that you found your very own path to walk. And I hadn't discarded the paved road either. Once I achieved my goal, I would go back to that bright road, and then I'd spend those average sunny days at my leisure. When I next realized it, the hole had grown so deep I couldn't believe it. Did I dig all this myself?
これだけ掘れば十分じゃないか。
I put my shovel into the bottom of the hole. I would drag the body here, throw it in the hole, and cover it up with dirt. Even if it took me some time to camouflage it by putting plants on top, it would all go so much more easily than digging this hole had. I glanced at my watch. It was almost evening and I hadn't realized it. I may not have felt the time passing, but digging a hole this deep must have taken quite a lot of time. I took a seat on a slanted rock nearby and wiped the sweat from my brow. Now, once it got a little darker, I'd go get the metal bat I hid in the schoolyard. Then I'd make the call to lure him out. And then I'd do it. The number of things I needed to do to reach that moment were dwindling. I felt that moment closing in on me much more keenly than I did the passage of time. I didn't have any hesitation, but I still felt that contradiction. At every step in this process, I had a few chances to hesitate, to turn back, to let myself lose my nerve. Having to endure those million temptations and wait for them when the time was right was an indescribably slow and painful torture. I had thought myself acting all weak because of that, but I stopped midway through. This was okay. It was fine. I could detest the abnormal act of homicide as much as I wanted, and it didn't matter. I wasn't going to be a cutthroat killer after today. I would pass through this strange day and go back to the world I was in before. If I fell to the level of a psychopath who thought nothing of killing, I wouldn't be able to go back to my old life. So this was fine with me. I didn't have to feel ashamed hesitating to kill, because I was human. It was so funny to me that I'd be the bearer of Yashiro-sama's curse at the same time I was aware I was a human. I exhaled lightly and stood. I concealed my presence and sharpened my senses in all directions to search for anyone around but me. Okay, let's go. One step at a time. I would walk my own path, a path no one had forced me to walk.
行くぞ、前原圭一。
The cicadas made an annoying fuss. Their chorus covered up the suspicious noise of me breaking twigs underfoot, and their chorus filled the path far ahead of me, letting me know I would be alone for some time. The cicadas blessed the path I walked, encouraging me with every last ounce of strength they had. The sky was far above. In not even an hour, the veil of night would draw near and the sky would be tinted with dusk. By that time, the Higurashi would let me hear their chorus in place of the cicadas. When that happened, would everything be over with? Would everything have ended? I said something along those lines when I left Satoko's fate up to a public agency. But this time was different. I would do it. I would carry it out. I would end it. It would all be over very soon. Everything would end. Yes, when the Higurashi cried, roll credits! He said the thing! He said the thing! There was nobody at school. I couldn't hear the playful voices of children. This was the first time I'd seen the school with such a lack of human presence. Still, I quieted my breath and looked around, not wanting to be unprepared. It had gotten darker outside. It was almost like my eyes could see more clearly now. I made absolutely sure of my safety, then walked to the heavy construction machine I'd hidden the metal bat behind. I had a tinge of worry, premonition, that someone had found the bat and hid it somewhere else as a prank. If that happened, would I take that as an opportunity to desist? If it really wasn't there, then the sensation of chilled metal. It was still here where I left it. It hadn't run away. Satoshi hadn't run away. He'd waited here patiently for me.
待たせたな、サトシ。いよいよだが、覚悟はいいか?
Through the metallic touch, Satoshi grins at me in my mind. That's what I should be asking you now. I did this last year already. You should be more worried about yourself.
上等だぜ、サト。目に物を見せてやろうぜ。
Satoshi's back got lighter and lighter, and fit into my hands like it was being absorbed. It didn't feel wrong to swing this. I could move it around so naturally, it was like an extension of my own right arm. Of course it felt like that. Satoshi and I were holding one bat together. Next, I would make the call, to lure the man out. It wasn't a bad time for it. My friends were doubtlessly parading happily through the stalls. I had considered where to make the call from. My house and Satoko's were pretty far apart. If I called from my house, I wouldn't make it. Come on, bud. You put the thought into so much of this. You're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna call. And you never once thought of where you were gonna call from? Come on, bro. This whole time you acted like you've crafted up the perfect fucking plan. And then, of course, the day of, you're like, but where will I actually call him from? Jesus Christ. This whole time he's been so locked in, like, yes, I've thought of everything. I've got it planned out perfectly. Me and Satoshi we are one and the same. We've got this perfectly crafted plan. We will finally take back our days. And where should I call him from? Where am I gonna find a phone near the forest like that? Like, you didn't have that thought at all beforehand. You're just like, yes, I'll make a phone call to lure him out. And never once thought, I'll call from here. Nope, just like the time of thing that and you're like, I'll just have to play that by ear. That, of course, yeah. It's hard to perfectly craft out what time it's going to be carried out at. You can kind of only roughly guess, oh, it's going to be in the evening, right? But I feel like this was a pretty important detail that shouldn't have been played by ear. I feel like that was a pretty important detail that maybe you should have worked out beforehand. Oh god, Keiichi. Couldn't I use the school phone? But, as I thought, the room was locked up and I couldn't get in. Shit. I'm so naive. You should have at least figured this part out. That's what I'm saying. I couldn't call him. And just for that, was today all over? I'm sorry, Satoshi. Just as I cursed my own naivety, a miracle occurred. A bicycle came into the schoolyard. It was a familiar, middle-aged man. Oishi? Oishi is the only middle-aged man we know, unless Irie is middle-aged. I don't think... Is Irie middle-aged? Because I thought he was, like, on the younger end. The one from the Forest Service field office. Oh, no, it's just some random guy. Okay. Cool. Not even... He says familiar, so I'm thinking, like, oh, it's a character we met before. And then it's just like, yeah, no, it's just some random guy from the Forest Service. Like, but he's familiar. I've seen him around. Like, oh, yeah, okay. Familiar. Yeah, sure. Why? Wasn't today Sunday? Was he here to pick up something he forgot? Anyway, the forest officer went around back and felt around in his pocket, then unlocked the door and entered. The best possible coincidence. And it had to be Satoshi who saved me. The metal bat, through just my contact with it, told me this was a chance I couldn't allow to slip by. The sections for the forest office and the school were neatly separated. I felt the man headed into the forest office's storehouse, which was so far in the back students were allowed into it. The door didn't match its fittings well, so it didn't close all the way, and the gap in the door opened slowly as if to lure me in. I took a deep breath and went in. I tiptoed along silently and stealthily and made it into the teacher's lounge. That was the only place with a phone. As I held my breath in the teacher's lounge, I heard the Forest Service officer walking back over. Then the back door clattered shut and was locked. I glanced out the window at the schoolyard and watched as the man got on his bike like nothing had happened and rode out the school gate. The school, once again, emptied, becoming deathly silent. I waited for a bit to make sure the silence was the real deal, then reached for the telephone on the principal's desk. I fished Satoko's house phone number out of my pocket. Yes, the number in the class directory for Satoko had been the one from their house now, where she lived with her uncle. I touched the dial with my fingers and then thought for a moment about what to say exactly when he picked up. Despite how many times I'd gone over it in my head last night, now that I had my finger on the dial like this, it started to seep out of my mind like a cracked bucket leaking water. Simple would be best. I think a key detail you might have forgotten too is the fact that you're still a kid. And the fact that your voice is going to sound very young. So even if you're pretending to be either one of the welfare officers or someone from the police station, like this old man's going to get this phone call. Well, not necessarily old man, but this older guy's going to get this phone call from someone claiming to be, from one of these offices that, could totally fuck up his living situation. And he's gonna sound like a kid. I'm just saying, like, my brain almost goes to like fucking Phineas and Ferb, like, aren't you a bit young to be doing this stuff? But I don't know. But also I could believe like maybe the uncle's just drunk off his ass, right? Totally not in a sober state of mind, so he's not even paying attention. He's just gonna hear like, yes, we have your niece here. We're gonna need you to come collect her. What? Fuck. Shit. I'll be there right away. More importantly, say it straight and not sound suspicious. Yeah. Make sure to say it straight. If we sound homosexual, it'll totally fuck up the plan. I counted off 3 heartbeats and spun the dial. The call sound. Would Satoko's uncle pick up? Now, of all times, the hope that he wouldn't pick up, and the feeling of doom and the knowledge that I couldn't save Satoko if he didn't, rolled around in a vortex. Oh yeah, he's fucking either... He was passed out drunk, probably. That dude is not sober. And also, I think he just woke up too, so he's like half asleep. Perfect. It was the voice of a grumpy man, like he had just woken up. He picked up. Say your name so I know you're Hojo, asshole. It'd be terrible if I got it wrong. Made up my mind. I had all the initiative on my side. Oh, he's mad he's not giving a proper greeting, like, this is the Hojo residence, how can I help you? Like, he's like, no, I need to know your name to make sure I'm calling the right person. Here we go.
こちらは下根市沖宮警察です。北条さんのお宅ですか?
I was changing my voice, but did he really think I sounded like an adult? See, that's kind of what I was worried about, but if he's like fucking drunkenly asleep and like, half awake and probably not sober, like, you could probably get away with it. It probably wouldn't sound too convincing to an alert person who was totally, dead sober. But to this guy, I think you got a chance. I'll give you that one, bud. Would he believe I was the police?
はい、北条ですけど。
今、お宅のお嬢さんの。
え、佐藤君があいつ何かやらかしおりましたか?
He fell for it. I could tell by how tense he was that he didn't doubt my words.
詳しい事情はこちらにいらしてからすぐにこちらへ来ていただくことは。
今ですか。風呂に入っちゃったからあんまし表に出たかないんですがね。
What? You don't want to come because you already took a bath?
はい、今。
すぐ。佐藤君のやつ、
詳しい話はではお待ちしていますので。
俺警察署がどこや場所？
Oh, wow. He thought he had it planned so perfectly. Yes, I'll lure him out to the station. Where the fuck's the police station at? Yeah, no, not only that, at first it's, I don't really want to go up there. Is it really that important? I don't see why I should have to. Yes, sir, it's very urgent. Oh, okay, where's the police station? Oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. He totally underestimated just how oblivious this fucking dude is. Just how much he doesn't give a shit about anything. Holy fuck, that's awesome. He thought right away he'd be like, oh yeah, I gotta go collect the girl, I'll be right there. And he just assumed he'd know right where the police station was. So of course, every fucking step in this phone call is like, is him hitting another fucking snag because he totally overestimated this dude's capabilities. What do you mean you don't want to come collect the kid just because you took a bath? What the fuck? Yes, no, it's urgent. Come right away. What the fuck do you mean you don't know the address? What the fuck? Keiichi's being forced to deal with someone slower than he is. That's fucking awesome. Oh, I love it. I love it. You moron. What the hell? The Okonomiya police station. I don't know where it is either. How are you gonna get yourself out of this one, Keiichi? Cause let me guess, now Teppei's gonna be like, hello? Hello? Address? Aren't you from around here? Why don't you know that? Oh god. A greasy sweat came over my body. Eventually, just as I was about to choke, he spoke.
消防署の隣でしたっけ？遠いな。
Thank goodness, he remembered on his own for me. I didn't care where the police station was, as long as he left his house to get there.
ではお待ちしています。
俺警察行ったら誰んとこ訪ねればいいんよ。あんた名前は？
On top of that, he wanted to know my name. Oishi. Just leave your goddamn house already.
前橋と申します。では失礼します。
That was close. I almost thoughtlessly told him my real name. I managed to change the last syllable of it, but I put the receiver down like I was running away. Oh yeah, now is the time to run. You've set the bait, now you gotta run to the trap and be ready. My fingers were trembling, and I was soaked with a tepid sweat. I wasn't just nervous about the phone call. With that call, everything had finally been put into motion. I left the school. It was locked before, but it was easy enough to open from the inside. But I couldn't lock it again after I left. In terms of being thorough, I wanted to lock it, but I couldn't waste time going back to the teacher's lounge and looking for the key. I needed to rush back as fast as I could and ambush him. I zoomed back to the scene on my bike. If Satoko's uncle got out of town before I got there, everything would be over. He'd learned there was no one at the station named Maebashi, and things would get pretty messed up. As I returned to full speed, I passed a family wearing yukatas. They must have been on their way to the festival. Many people in Hinamizawa knew my face, though I didn't know theirs. Even just passing by them like this made me uneasy. But I didn't generally come from around here, so those living in the area might not have known much about me. That didn't matter right now. I needed to get back as fast as possible, to control my breathing and de-ambush the man. I hid my bike in a thicket and picked up Satoshi's bat, which I'd just left hidden in the shade. Then I held my breath, waiting to see someone. I wondered if he still hadn't gotten here. Or maybe he went right out after the phone call and passed by here already. I couldn't figure out which it was and was set upon by an indescribable impatience. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Even if he came here already, he passed by here on the way back, right? Potentially. Unless he goes to the festival first. He goes to Okonomiya, and they're like, what are you talking about? No one called you. There is no Maibashi here. And then he goes back to the festival like, did you fucking prank call me, you little shit? I can believe that. Well, he probably wouldn't, because he probably wouldn't go to the festival, because that would cause a much larger scene. That's for sure, actually. The end result would be the same. It wouldn't change the fact that he'd die. He'd probably be coming on his motorcycle. Gross. How would I stop him then? Keiichi. I mean, he himself did say, like, I feel like there's some pieces of the plan I'm overlooking. Like, first you overlook how you're gonna call the man, and now you're sitting here like, so when he drives by, what do I do? Oh, good God. I figured it would be best not to think too hard and just hit him as he passed, or beat him out of his seat. The path was made of pebbles. If I hit him as hard as I could and made him lose his balance, he wouldn't be able to help but falling. And then, the chorus of the Higurashi stopped. The sound of a bike approached from far away. Couldn't tell what sort of motorcycle it was from its sound, but I'd seen it parked before, so I'd know. It was getting rapidly closer. It was almost here. If he just went a little farther, he'd cross into that thicket and appear in front of me. I'd take a moment to make sure it was him. Then I'd put my plan into action. The motorcycle appeared. A few easily identifiable characteristics told me it was Satoko's uncle's bike, without a doubt. Was it really him? Was it really Satoko's uncle? I wasn't making a mistake, was I? I looked at its characteristics again. Its color, shape, and most of all, the man's clothes and face. Those last feelings of hesitation, I did away with them. Satoko, now, your Nini will end it, okay? Will he? Closer. Closer. The bike came closer. Let's go. Satoshi. Oh! I jumped out of the thicket. Used my shoulder to basically tackle the uncle on the bike with all my might. Alright, Keiichi, it's time to commit. It's time to commit. You got the element of surprise. You got the jump on him. It's time to commit. Start swinging. He gave a dumb shout as his bike completely lost its balance. Finally, it fell, the bike scattering clouds of sand, and after spinning, it stopped. Her uncle, tossed to the ground, didn't understand what had just happened, and groaned for a few moments crouched on the ground. That's your opportunity. You fucking shoulder checked him off the bike. He's dazed and confused. Start swinging. I certainly hope you're not fucking hesitating so you can like monologue or some shit about like, do you know why you're receiving this divine punishment? Like, start swinging. My breathing started to become ragged. No, I couldn't have this emotion. Some weird secretion crossed through my brain and nearly made me hallucinate. Her uncle was groaning. Now was this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was I doing? All the sounds in the world cut off. My mental chaos from a moment ago withdrew like a lie. I could feel the temperature in my head rapidly cooling down. The tension in my muscles all went away like the strings they'd been attached to had been cut, and I let my hands dangle at my sides. It wasn't quite like exhaustion. Have you calmed down now? Keiichi Maebara. Do you need to remember again why things got to this point today? I stepped over the pebbled path, taking one step after another, then another, towards Satoko's uncle. Oh, why are you walking? Why are we walking calmly like we're fucking Michael Myers or some shit? You ain't got that kind of aura, my guy. Yes, I'm saying calm, cool, and collected. Walking slowly towards him. Giving him time to recover. Giving him time to, acclimate to his surroundings. Like, what the fuck? You think you're Goku? You want to fight your opponent at his best? Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Man snaps into this fucking mode. He's like, yes, no, I can do it, but I must walk very slowly. I must aura farm on my way to his body. I must very slowly walk up, scraping the bat along the ground. Like, no. He is down on the ground. You run up at him and start fucking swinging. The more I walked, the more my breathing calmed. Okay. No. I get it. He's trying to be calm of mind. Now's the time to let the anger out. Now's the time to just let the devil out, all right? Now's not the time to necessarily be calm. You don't want to be scared. You don't want to be hesitating. But you want that fire, that determination, that motivation. You yourself even said, when you're like, when you said, talking about how you need to remain calm, like yesterday, you're like, I need to kill him like a flame, right? You don't want to be calm and cool killing him. You don't got that kind of, you don't got that. You don't have the, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. But you don't have the opportunity to be doing that. Because you ain't built in the way to handle things if he's allowed to recover. You have the element of surprise, and now with that adrenaline pumping through your veins, you want that adrenaline. That's the thing. Calming down, like keeping your mind clear, that's good. That's definitely good. But like you want that adrenaline coursing through you. Now is the time you should be Keiichi, where you're reckless. Now is time for reckless Keiichi. I know for like the last 3 fucking chapters I've been saying how much I don't like reckless Keiichi. This is the time we need reckless Keiichi. Where he just acts. He doesn't take time to think about it, he just acts. The plan's in motion, it's time to act. The adrenaline's pumping, we act. Fuck, I'm getting more excited for you, dude. My fucking watch just gave me a goddamn relax reminder because apparently my heartbeat's racing. Like, fuck, man, come on. Get into it. Fuck. The more I walked, the more I felt my body cooling, calming, chilling with frost. No, that's not what you want, big dog. That's not what you want. You don't want to be cool and calm. You want to be cool and calm after the fact as you're, burying him. You want to be cool and calm, after the fact when you get home. Like, oh yeah, I had a great time at the festival, Mom. I'm going to shower, yada, yada, yada. You want to be cool and calm. But, like, in the moment, the time of kill, like, you need to be aware of your surroundings. Sure, you need to be, like, clear in the mind, right? You need to keep your eyes open, be observant in case he tries to pull some shit, like he's gonna grab like a handful of dirt and throw it at you, try to hit you with the pocket sand attack, right? And then tackle you, take you down, beat your shit in. Like, that's totally a way it could go. I could believe it. But like, I don't know. This man's trying too hard to aura farm right now, and I feel like it's gonna bite him in the ass more than it's gonna help him. Yes. In this moment, this guy had lost permission to live. Don't say that until you've actually crossed the line, bud. Don't say that until you start swinging. That's a line you deliver after you're like 3 swings in on his dome, alright? After you've like slammed your bat down at least 2 or 3 times into his fucking face, then you say, yes, you've lost your permission to live. And then you start swinging some more until the body stopped twitching, alright? Not when you're like, several feet away from the body and slowly walking over. I had just rescinded it, so he mustn't stay in this world any longer. If he lived any longer, if Santoko's misfortune continued, It would be my responsibility for having allowed him to live. Act. I could feel the cooling substance going through my whole body, even down to my capillaries. Her uncle was at my feet now, still on the ground like an idiot. Okay, that's enough. Inner monologue, start swinging. Never mind more inner monologue. I smiled coldly at how ridiculous he looked. Great, start swinging. Awesome, start swinging. That's all it took for it to hurt. Santoko's heart hurt much more. And now, you're gonna feel that. Great, start swinging. And, god damn it, with your life, I'll make up for her pain. Awesome, start swinging. And erased all unnecessary information from my mind. Awesome, start swinging. I prioritized the murder of this man. Awesome, start swinging. Execute, execute, execute. Yeah, saying it is great. Do it. There we go. Wham! Utterly calmly, I delivered my first strike to the back of his head. I wanted to get at the most effective spot. At least during that first moment, I'd have to attack him while he was at his most defenseless. Finally. And if he was hit in the head, he'd cover his head. It was a defensive reaction all humans made, like machines. See? See, now you're now's the time to be thinking. After you, start swinging, right? You put one to his head, he's like, oh, my head. And then you start going for them body shots. It's like boxing, right? You gotta predict where they're gonna guard, and you aim for what's unprotected. He used both hands to cover his head, so he couldn't pick himself up off the heap he was in on the ground. Awesome. Like pounding a caterpillar into the dirt, I hit him over and over. If he covered his head, I'd hit him in the side. If he covered his body, I'd go for his head. If he rolled over, I'd strike his feet, his knees, his elbows. I didn't care where anymore. By just delivering one blow after another, I induced panic in him. Okay, you got a metal bat, right? I know you said you weren't the most physically fit kid, you weren't being picked first on the sports team and whatnot. I don't know. I feel like after several hits to the dome, maybe you wouldn't have cracked his skull open yet or anything, but at least he'd be he wouldn't be fighting back as much, right? There wouldn't be as much resistance. But then again, what the fuck do I know? I've never beaten anyone with a bat. So I guess I can't really speak from experience on this one. I retained my overwhelming advantage, but I hadn't done nearly enough to deliver a fatal wound. Really? And yeah, he's a teenager too, so still. This is why you need more emotion. This is why you need that adrenaline coursing through your veins. That adrenaline fucking just pushes all that hesitation out of there. You're not delivering any fatal wounds because you're not fucking really slamming that thing. See, the thing is, you're using the bat and you're aiming for his head. You gotta aim for the dirt underneath his head. You're not trying to hit his head, you're trying to hit the ground under his head. That's what you gotta be thinking, alright? I'm not trying to give you tips on how to kill a man, but you gotta be thinking not that I'm gonna hit this man. You gotta be thinking, I'm gonna swing this bat so hard it goes through him. You gotta have that kind of motivation, that kind of determination, that kind of grit. You're off to a great start, right? The fact that you smacked him upside the back of the head with a bat, first swing, great start. He's discombobulated, right? Off to a great start, but now you need to let that fury run through. You need to have that adrenaline. I keep coming back to the adrenaline, but that's exactly what you need. You need that fucking ah. Her uncle skillfully pulled himself up off the ground and started to run like a fleeing rabbit. My god. How weak are you, Keiichi? How many strikes did you fucking get in? And this man's just getting up and walking it off. Keiichi. What? Keiichi, come on now. That's silly. That's actually silly. You cannot be that weak. Like, I don't know. I've been like, that's the thing. I haven't been like hit directly by a metal bat, but like I know there was one time like when we were playing baseball in high school, someone like swung the bat and let go of it, and the bat hit me, and I got hit by that bat. That shit fucking hurt. That shit had me like fucking like really fucking holding myself together. Like, granted, sure, maybe Tepe here, he's a big guy, right? From what we've heard, he's a bit on the larger side, so maybe the body shots aren't gonna do much, but like, I don't know. A metal bat to the dome, I feel like even after just one hit, you are going to be reeling on the fucking ground, just like totally fucking out of it. And if he gets more shots in on the dome, like, this kid has to be unimaginably weak then. Because I don't know, that's just the fact that he just gets up off the ground and starts running. Like the next sentence better tell me that he's like running very erratically. Like, you know, after you've like, you know, sometimes like, you know, kids will like fucking run around in circles. They'll just spin themselves, and then they try to like walk and they're all wobbly and shit. He better be running like that, I swear to God. You better tell me that like he tries to run, but he's so disoriented that he slips over and falls again. Because I swear to God, if you tell me he just starts running and he's having no problems with it, that means Keiichi is the weakest fucking bitch I've ever fucking witnessed. It wasn't a judgment he'd made after seeing my face and deciding whether to fight me. Right now, he was fleeing by instinct, just trying to escape from the threat that had presented itself. A counterattack from the more physically capable uncle was what I was most concerned about. He may have run, but it wasn't all that unlucky, and the odds were in my favor. Are they? Because what, you've hit him like a good 5 or 6 times, right? If I counted the sound effects right. Maybe only 4, but it was at least 4 to 6, somewhere in that range. You've hit him that many times with a metal bat, and unless you're just like tapping him with it, like, I don't know how he got back up and started running. Or if he gets up and he starts running and immediately falls over because his, you know, vision's just fucking everywhere. Like, that would make sense. But if this man can straight up just get up and start running in a straight line, it means you are so fucking weak, it is laughable. The uncle didn't run away towards people, but off the path and into the woods. Oh my God. If he runs into the fucking hole, that's gonna be so fucking funny, dude. That is some Looney Tunes ass shit, and I'm here for it. How pleasant that he would run in a direction where nobody else was. He was fleeing into strange geography, like a rat that instinctively runs into tight spots over and over. Yes, he was no longer human. Okay, so there is an advantage there, right? Because Keiichi himself acknowledged there's like tree roots and shit everywhere. When he was trying to dig the hole, he's like trying to plot out a good spot. He's like, man, there's all these tree roots and weeds and shit everywhere. It's like, there's plenty of opportunities for this man to trip and fall. The fact that he was able to get up and run, though, is still kind of like, he was a rat. The blood vessels in my legs expanded. My total oxygen supply increased. I lowered myself to gain the most explosive velocity I could. Without breathing, I became a wind-like shadow, and dashed. I crossed thickets, crushed dead tree branches underfoot, and dove through the woods like a bullet. He ran so cowardly, arms flailing as he went. Was he running? Keiichi's acting like, yes, I took off running with maximum velocity. Like, I don't believe you're running that fast. If you couldn't put more oomph into swinging on this man to the point he can get up and run and have no issues like not falling over or anything, unless like a branch comes out and trips him, like, bro. After catching up to him, I didn't need so much as a blink of an eye to strike him again. My senses, mind, and body were all sharpened purely to kill this man. This was the first time I'd felt like this. Great, now put some oomph into your goddamn swings. Well, this was the first experience I'd ever had killing someone. It felt natural continuing to do this for the first time. And that meant I had this much talent for killing. Or perhaps the act of killing was so simple that anyone could do it. I didn't struggle or grow tired at all chasing the clumsily fleeing uncle. No matter how much he ran, it was like trying to get away from his own shadow. He couldn't get away from me. But that just goes to show how much of a bitch you are swinging this. What do you mean you swung at him and he's still running? Like, either that or this motherfucker is built like a tank. And even still, even if his body is just covered in fat, so he's got a nice protective layer all the way down his body, the dome doesn't get covered in fat. The skull, especially the back of the head, if he's taking headshots like that, you need to hit the fucking gym. I could easily aim at his back, his shoulder, and his head, even from this unnatural stance. See, taking back and shoulder hits, I could understand if he's able to like keep walking that off. If you're hitting his fucking head, and you'd be hitting his head either from the side or the back, right? If he's, running in front of you, I don't know how he maintains his balance. Genuinely. Like, even like this man's swinging, right? Like putting some effort into it. I feel like if I was running and if someone just lightly fucking like tapped me with a fucking bat as I was running, I would like fucking start careening off. Like someone hits me in the right side of my head, I'm fucking going off to the left, stumbling down, falling over again. This man either has insane balance, insane depth perception, and just insane situational awareness to keep going like this, or Keiichi is so weak. Each time I struck him, he wailed in pain and begged pitifully for forgiveness, but it didn't disturb my mind. I was neither excited nor plagued by hesitation like before. I felt sharp. I felt like a carnivore. Then actually do some carnivore shit and tear in, alright? Of course, so did the uncle. He was trying to run away because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be eaten, like a herbivore running with all his might, trying to get away. Despite all the attacks, despite all the hits, he kept on fleeing without even staggering. You are a pussy. Without even staggering? No, that can't even be because he's a big guy. You are straight up a pussy. Fuck that. And despite the bad footing in the forest, he impressively never tripped over anything. The fact that he can remain that aware of his surroundings and avoid tripping over shit, you did not hit him near as hard as you should have. There's no way. Even if you're like more of a nerdy kid who ain't got much muscle to him, if you're swinging, if this dude was keeled over on the ground after being pushed off his bike, right, and you swung down as hard as you could on the back of his head, and this man is having no trouble running through the forest and being aware of his surroundings, you are fucking unbelievably weak. That is ridiculous. A fucking metal bat, you swung downwards as hard as you could. That's like downwards. Because obviously you were standing above him. If you lift up and swing downwards, like, come on. Come on. That's insane. That's actually insane. Like, genuinely, I feel like one of the little girls could have done better than this, bud. That's insane. I feel you put Satoko or Rika in this situation with a metal bat, that man's keeled over on the ground, they start swinging downward. Like, that should be the kind of shit they're doing, right? The amount of damage you're doing would be something I should expect from a little girl. A young girl. And fuck, actually I would expect more from Satoko because they said Satoko plays baseball, right? She know how to swing. So like, this is a very pathetic showing, Keiichi. You did all that aura farming, calmly walking up to his body and being like, yes, I am rescinding your permission to live. And then your hits don't even fucking disorient the man? Like, nah, you talk mad game, but cannot back it up in the fucking slightest. That is ridiculous. Come on now. But there's no need to admire that fact. It was simply proof that he was no more than an animal. If he was chased, he would run. If he was going to be killed, he would run. He bared his fangs at the weak, but couldn't oppose the strong whatsoever. He was lowly, vulgar, a diminutive animal. Such a puny little creature had harmed Satoko. Scar after scar to her body and mind, deep wounds that might not ever go away as long as she lived. Yes! The bloodlust! The rage! That's what I want, a red screen, not a blue one. The adrenaline! Kill! My cold and calm emotions suddenly turned into bestial ones. Yes! That's what we need! Let the devil out! My personality changed into something specialized for murder, purely to devour the diminutive animal before me. The uncle gave a puny little shriek, covered his head, and ran. I'm impressed by how much you can run. Fine. Run as much as you like. I wouldn't say that. There is an exit to these woods. Right? These woods eventually do end. Maybe at some point he should stop running. I will be your death. I will choose the moment at my leisure. How about now? Maybe get it over with quickly. Come on, Keiichi. Your legs will hurt. Your lungs will feel about to burst. Your head will hurt from lack of oxygen. Here's the thing. The farther he runs into the woods, the more you lose your own sense of direction, right? Even if you successfully kill him at this point, right? You successfully take him out. Like, he finally bleeds to death. You finally do enough damage, crack his skull open or something. He bleeds to death on the ground. Then you're gonna look around like, fuck, where am I? Like, where's my grave plot at? Where is anything? We just ran into the fucking woods. Like, if you feel the pain has become worse than death, then by all means, stop at any time. Without turning back, suffocating on his terror of approaching death, he just ran shamefully forward. He ran, but was chased. His head bashed with a metal bat, sweat and drool flying everywhere, blood clinging to him. So you're doing enough to make the man bleed, but you still... Whatever. From his mouth came the sounds of coarse, irregular breathing and high-pitched screaming that verged on crying. And pleas for forgiveness to someone, I didn't know who. Each and every second was a second of atonement that I granted him. Now, run. And fall and moan and die. Where did you even crawl out of anyway? You were never here before. If you were never here, you never should have showed up. If you never showed up, our lives would still be fun and enjoyable. We would have gone to today's festival, waited for each other, and gone to the shrine laughing. We would have been playing amongst the stalls right about now. We'd be browsing the strange food stalls you only saw at festivals, trying to get prizes from goldfish scooping, ring throwing, or target practice. Mion would surely make it into a competition, and we, as a club, would have a grand time. And everyone would have been cheering for Rika-chan's dedication dance, and everyone would say how fun it was, and would give us energy for days to come. Fun, enjoyable, and funny, warm time spent with friends. And that would have happened, but it didn't, and now it was all smashed to pieces. There was no doubt that would be what the world was like if you never showed up. You were the obstacle, the mistake, the heresy in that world. But I would correct that mistake now. I would erase you and make it so this last week never happened. Tonight was the Watanagashi festival. The holy night where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. When the Higurashi cried, "Roll credits," everything would end. And the Higurashi silenced. Lowly one, the hour of atonement is at an end. The Higurashi have stopped their crying. Thus, it is the end. The end. The end. End. You don't have to run away anymore. Die with those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere. Lightning and thunder struck like an explosion. It was so loud it shook the ground, and I smelled gunpowder. The response I got this time was very clearly different from the one before. The metal bat crunched into the crown of his head. It was like the top of his head had caved in. The bat felt like it was biting him. It had been the final, killing attack that visited him. When I didn't overlook the opening, he left as his knees gave out under him. I remained alert for a few moments. Then thud, thud. He planted both knees into the ground, and then fell forwards, burying his head in the ground. How's he say? You can stop. I'd been holding back my ragged breathing, but now it all came out of me like a dam bursting. My head was dizzy and light, and unable to maintain my balance. I leaned against a nearby tree. The uncle didn't try and guard his head any longer. After a disgusting sort of spasm, he stopped moving. Did I get him? Did I get him for sure? I fought back my exhausted urge to fall over where I stood, and drew towards him carefully, bat still at the ready. It was possible he was faking it and trying to wait it out. Should I check for a pulse? I realized right away, though, how unnecessary that would be. If I thought he might be faking it, I would just have to keep pummeling him until I was satisfied. I fought back my ragged breathing again, and then I swung my bat far above and brought it down. Clunk. His body leaped like a bow, but he didn't try and cover his head. Then once again, I aimed for his head and swung. His reaction was the same this time. After spending a few moments making his head into mochi, the hits gradually started to feel different. It started to spray a filthy dark red liquid everywhere. That was enough. It was definite now. I had absolutely killed him. There was no sense of accomplishment, nor one of regret. I didn't feel anger towards Satoko's uncle, nor pity towards Satoko herself. Instead, right now, I was feeling like my heart had been stolen by the downpour. It had begun to rain at some point, and how comfortable it felt. The rainwater drenched my body and dripped down to the ground. The excitement within me faded as the rain washed away the grime. In exchange, my shoes were so wet they made splashing sounds. And despite abusing Satoshi's bat like that, it wasn't bent very much. There were a few dents in it, probably from hitting the man, but nothing that would make it seem different from before. Instead, it had been stained with black, with red, with mud and blood. But that itself would be evidence. Yeah, I kind of figured you were going to bury it with the uncle. The one piece of evidence needed to prove that my delusions hadn't just been daydreams, and that I'd ended Satoko's uncle for all eternity. Alright, Keiichi. Calm your mind. The time for passion is over. See, that's what I'm saying. That was the time to get passionate, not be cold and calculating. Now's the time to tap into cold and calculating and, for one, figure out where the fuck you are. Now is the time to be cold as ice. Needed to bury the body. But where was I? Fucking knew it. Fucking knew it. He got so caught up in the chase, he has no idea where the fuck he is because they're in the middle of the goddamn woods. I simply followed the man as far as he ran into the darkness. Couldn't take a guess as to how far we'd run. It was already pitch black around us. The only light I had to go on was the very faint lights on the road a little further down. It was so dark out. I hadn't noticed the darkness until just now. My vision was so good I could see the man's ugly hairline. I could have counted the pores in his head. It's only now that I realized how much crazy strength I had mustered at that moment. I went over to the street light, looked up and down the road, desperately trying to figure out where I was.
ここは
Oh no. This was the one road connecting Hinamizawa to the town. I fucking knew it. I see, that's what I was saying. You had to kill him quicker than that because there was an end to the woods at some point. The woods don't go on forever. There would be an ending point. And now you're right next to the fucking highway. We were unbelievably far away from Satoko's house. Yeah, and now if you want to bury him, you have to drag his ass all the way through the woods that you chased him through. And the two of us really run so far a distance. My surprise at that was accompanied by knowledge of the miraculous fact that despite running so far and making so much noise, we hadn't come across anybody at all. There was a long way between here and the ambush location where I dug the hole. There was no way I could carry the body that far. Wait, aside from that, the bike the man took here was still lying in the middle of that path. That would be an issue. The police could tell whose motorcycle it was by looking at its license plate. Yet another key detail you overlooked, my boy. And to be fair, I also overlooked that detail. I didn't even think twice about, like, oh yeah, his bike. It's just randomly in the fucking road. And oh, what's this? It looks like the ground over here, like a few feet away, has been disturbed by something. Ah, that's interesting. Like, and they wouldn't just leave it at that. Thankfully, the corpse was in a dark forest. In terms of urgency, dealing with the bike would come first. And I wanted to get the shovel back from where I'd left it next to the hole. Shouldn't drag the body there. I'd have to deal with it right here. Fortunately, the ground was like mud from the downpour. It was more sludgy here than where I was before. Might be able to dig a grave quickly here. Of course, my bicycle was still over where I'd left it too. It still wasn't over. Homicide had only been half of my goal. The other half would be just as important as the first. I would completely hide the body, not allowing a beginning to happen. I would erase the man like he'd never existed, and regain the peaceful times we'd had before. Bend my head backwards, calm my mind even further. Big water droplets struck my brow mercilessly. They were actually quite comfortable. For a while I let my desire have its way. After confirming that I was sharp again, I started running through the rain. The motorcycle was in the grass at the roadside. Okay, so you actually quite easily found your way back. But yet it's still far enough distance that you can't drag the body. Well, especially if it's, wet and muddy and shit. Actually, I can believe that entirely. Considering how it looked, pelted with rain and covered in mud, it actually seemed like it had been lying there for a very long time. The plan was to drop the motorcycle into the swamp. The swamp was a bit of a walk from here. I put the bike up. I didn't think it would be so heavy. I was a little surprised. Once I had it upright, it was fairly easy to roll it along. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was not really something I wanted to do. I no longer ignored my exhaustion, and it warned me numerous times of how far away the swamp was. This motorcycle, I wonder if I could ride it well enough. Once I got it going, it would be basically the same as a bicycle. Wouldn't it get me to the swamp quickly? A plan suggested by my exhaustion, the anxiety of getting on a motorcycle for the first time withdrew. I turned the key. You just kick this pedal, right? Yeah. It's on. And then I grip the handlebars. First the right, then the left. So, just, teacher over here, question. You say the swamp's a bit of a ways away. Do you have to go through town to get there? Because if you do, this is dumb. Maybe I twisted them too much. The bike lurched and did a wheelie like an angry horse. I lost it for a second. It was just a problem of how much torque to apply. Let's try that again. This time slowly. Gently. That time it went well. It was strange to be on a two-wheeled vehicle that would go even if I didn't pedal. Very odd, but I got used to it quickly. Mion once told me you could get a scooter license within a day. She was clearly right. This was pretty easy. I need to throw the metal bat into the swamp too. I didn't know how I would pack the bat onto the motorcycle. Without much other choice, I stuffed it into the back of my shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. If I put the tip down the seat of my pants and hunched over, it wouldn't fall out. I got back on the bike, and this time, got going without any difficulty. I carefully pressed the button labeled light, and a rather strong light came on, illuminating the way forward. I probably really shouldn't have turned it on, but I didn't have any way of seeing at this point, and had zero confidence I could ride through this darkness. As the rain came down on me, I maintained a precarious balance and inched my way towards the swamp. Along the way, I ran across a few people who seemed to be returning from the festival. But none of them had any interest in me. They were either all soaked with the rain and hurrying on their way home, or had their umbrellas low and their heads down. Yesterday, I might have been wary of even these passersby, but right now, it didn't seem to be much cause for concern. I would probably be less suspicious to be riding out in the open like this, instead of sneaking around. More and more, though, I started to think of that idea as naive, brought on by my exhausted state. I climbed a steep hill. On a bike, the hill would have put me out of breath, but I just had to accelerate a little bit to climb the entire thing. Motorcycles sure are convenient. For a moment, its lights illuminated a sign before I passed by it. Onagohuchi Swamp. Good children do not play around here. Still, it wasn't like the way to the swamp was cordoned off by a metal fence or anything. Bro, are you gonna fall into the swamp? Are you just gonna fucking fall in? Or is someone gonna push you in? Because, like, I'm starting to feel like that's the way it's gonna end up going. We're getting so close to the swamp now, and, like, someone's dead, but someone still has to disappear. Alright? Parents and teachers would get mad at you if they found out you were playing at the swamp. Some of the bad kids in my class apparently snuck out here sometimes to see the giant crayfish in the place. They talked before about how they'd go to the candy shop and buy some pickled squid, and just tie it to the fishing line and throw it. All the crayfish would come running. Once I got up to the bank, there was a tiny ritual shrine with traditional ropes on one of the trees. And, as I swallowed the downpour whole, the blackened swamp had waited for me. If I slammed on the accelerator from the cliff-like stop I was on now, the thing would fly straight into the middle of the swamp. I'd be careful not to fall in with it. If I drowned and disappeared... Man, what a stupid ghost story that would be. On the night of Watanagashi, Satoko's uncle's corpse was found in a thicket by the road leading to town, and Keiichi Maibara went missing. People would whisper that I'd been demoned away. The 5th year's curse would be a half-baked one. I got off the bike and twisted the accelerator as hard as I could. I let it go just when it seemed like it would drag me forward. The bike shot off the cliff and was swallowed down into the swamp, leaving a far fainter splash than I'd imagined. Its surface was being pummeled by the downpour, and the muddy, filthy water was flowing into it. Couldn't even make out the motorbike I'd just thrown in there. It was pretty heavy after all. It would be quickly engulfed by the soft mud at the bottom of the swamp. And it would be pulled deeper and deeper until it reached hell itself. I felt no reluctance whatsoever in throwing the man's motorbike down to the land of the demons, but I did have a tinge of regret about Satoshi's bat. I washed the bat with muddy water, and the gore sticking to it came off easily. I had sort of shared today's events with Satoshi, so I wanted to give it a quiet place to stay. That's how I felt. Started to feel more like returning it to the locker from before, so I could continue to keep watch over Satoko.
Satoshi, 俺、多分お前のこと
You
後
definitely
悔して
did.
た。
Satoshi listened quietly without nodding. I'm absolutely convinced now. You were the one who beat your aunt to death last year and saved Satoko. I always scorned you and called you a coward who ran away. But I was wrong. To the rest of the world, some deviant was behind that incident. But I know. That was something you did for her. And then, you disappeared. You finally got back that peace, and lost it within days. Yeah, and I'm guessing the same's gonna happen to you. It's gonna mirror that. Like, even if all goes according to plan, you get away with it, the bike's in the swamp, you throw the bat in the swamp, you manage to drag the uncle into the hole, fill it in, case closed. Like, you're probably gonna lose your peace here shortly as well. So, I swear to you that I will live life to the fullest from now on. Live it enough for the both of us. I will live on as though this week, this day, never happened. But I will never forget the short time we shared together for as long as I live. I didn't know what expression Satoshi made as he listened, but as someone who had protected the same girl, I felt he had smiled and given me his blessing. And then, my hand moved of its own accord. And the bat I had hesitated to throw away left my hands and flew through the air. It traveled its parabolic path, spinning all the while, and the swamp absorbed it without a sound. There weren't even any ripples when it hit the surface. That surface was tempestuous because of the downpour, and the bat was long gone. For a moment, I regretted having thrown it, but I realized that might have been what Satoshi had wanted.
そうだよな、俺は。まだ感傷に浸る余裕なんかないんだよな。
I'd return for my shovel, get on my bike, dig a hole to hide the body, and bury it. You're gonna dig a new hole in the mud, huh? I'm sure that'll end well for you. So, you're gonna dig a new hole, bury him, and then what, you're gonna go back and fill in the old hole? Or are you just gonna leave that hole there? Like, oh yeah, there's a shockingly human-shaped, rectangle in the ground here, but it really looks like a grave plot if you ask me, but there's nothing in there, so I guess someone just felt like digging a hole. Which is true. Men do like to dig holes. Satoshi left me with only the advice that I needed to finish this up soon, and fell silent for eternity, and disappeared at the bottom of the demon's abyss. I returned to the path I had ambushed her uncle on. My bike was hidden, sleeping in the brush. I stood it back up. My whole body felt heavy, but I needed to finish by the end of the day, even if I had to whip myself to do it. Oh, I forgot something. I didn't just come here for my bike. The shovel was here too. Not good. I was zoning out. Every once in a while, if I let my guard down, my vision would almost go black. Pull yourself together, Keiichi, my brother. It's still not over. I went into the grove of trees and looked for the hole in which I'd hidden the shovel. Unfortunately, I'd hidden it deep in the forest, not wanting it to be seen. Everything was black in the night. I couldn't see anything anymore. Are you gonna fall into your own fucking grave that you dug? And you're not gonna be able to climb out of it because it's wet and muddy? I reawakened my fading consciousness. Realized just how big this annoyance really was.
おい、マジかよ。
The sweat the rain washed away before came back up to my skin. Deep, deep in the forest where the street lights could never reach. The fact that it would be so pitch black had been completely uncalculated. With this much darkness, even if I had been able to kill him right away like I'd planned, I didn't know if I still could have buried him without a problem. What should I do? I simply couldn't find the shovel tonight. If I forced myself to go deep into the forest and lose even my sense of direction, I might actually get lost in there. That might have been an exaggeration, but it was fully possible I'd trip over a tree root and sprain a muscle. Alright, a house storage room. There's another shovel there, the same fold-up kind. Couldn't I go back to the house, get the shovel, and give up on finding the shovel tonight? It's not as though the name Maibara is written on the shovel, but it seemed like an unusual item from an import variety store made in another country, so I didn't want to leave that shovel here. But in this darkness, I couldn't do anything. I should give up and go back to the storage room. And there was an electric lantern in there. If I used that for light, I could look for it. Okay, but don't you think your parents are probably going to be, expecting you home at some point? Maybe even looking outside, waiting for you? So they see you roll up like, Keiichi, my god, where have you been? Get inside. But it was so extremely dark. Could I light the way with just the lantern? The light of the lantern in this dark night. I couldn't discard the possibility of it drawing eyes, and I doubted if I could find the shovel with the lantern's feeble light. Besides, I left the body there for a pretty long time already. My sense of fear, dulled through excessive exhaustion, finally reared its ugly head. Anyway, for now, the most important thing was to hide the body. A shovel being found wouldn't be a big deal, but a corpse? If they found that, I'd share the same fate as Satoshi. First, I'd go back to the storage room at home. Then I'd get the lantern. Now that it's gotten this dark, I might still need light to dig a hole for the body, too. I'd get the other shovel, and then I'd deal with the body first thing. Once that was done, I'd come back here, find the shovel, and bring it back. I had to. I had to do at least that much. But I was so tired. But complaining was getting me nowhere. If I started getting complacent now, everything will have been for naught. At some point, I had sat down. I gritted my teeth and endured, lifting my heavy hips. The night was young. Of all the nights I'd experienced, none had ever been this long. When would it all end? The night was young. Maybe not as young as you think. I mean, honestly, it's going on a lot longer than I expected because I still haven't even gotten the achievement that says I've seen all the notes yet. So, like, I know there's going to be more notes at some point, which... Goddamn. Lights at home were dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, they reminded me of how hungry I was. Checked the clock. Saw that it was almost 7. Oh, not that late at all. Thought for sure it was 2 or 3 in the morning already. Honestly, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Like, it's got to... I wasn't thinking quite that late, but I'm thinking, like, oh, it's got to be, like... Yo, 10, 11 o'clock at night, your folks have got to be up worried about you and shit. Like, it's 7 o'clock. They're still probably expecting you home at some point, but shit, it's only 7 o'clock. I was surprised at how messed up my biological clock had gotten just from this one night. There was a warm light coming from the curtains in the living room window. The worlds between here and what was beyond those curtains were so different. If only that man hadn't shown up, I would have been in that light. I'd still be excited from the festival. And be talking to my parents about how much fun I had with all my friends. And then, even though they made a hot meal for me, I would have eaten way too much at the stalls, barely eaten any of it, and gone back to my room. No doubt I'd crawl into my futon and easily let myself fall asleep. Right now it was completely different. There wasn't a single ember of warmth for those weak streetlights. Right now I was unconnected to any time spent with my family, and there was neither warm food nor the time to allow myself to sleep. But also you do kind of got to acknowledge that you're going to raise some concerns, right? Satoko's uncle goes missing, right? They're going to be like, where did he go? He's fucking gone. He disappeared. Okay, maybe they won't immediately, like, turn to, like, a police report, I guess. Because, like Keiichi himself said, he had a history of just leaving, right? But I don't know. They start asking questions, right? If anyone starts asking questions, all of a sudden it's like his parents say, "Oh, Keiichi didn't come home till like 11 o'clock midnight. We didn't see him at all." Like, was he not with, like, if his friends start asking, like, was he not with you? Right? I thought he was out with his friends. Was he not with his friends? Where was he? And then Keiichi's like, I was just out doing stuff. Because I know that's the only alibi he's going to be able to come up with. Like, yeah, I was doing stuff. I was busy doing things. What kind of things were you doing? Oh, you know, boy stuff. Just, you know, a boy being a boy doing boy stuff. Yep. Out wandering around like a boy does. Yep. Like, you better pray to God you don't end up in a situation. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, that's why he's going through so much effort, right? Because he wants to, you know, avoid the beginning, right? Where the police start questioning him and shit. He doesn't want the police to get involved at all. What if they were to get involved, right? Like, you do not have any alibi whatsoever. Because, like, there was no one at the festival who saw you. If you're really lucky, Mion might vouch for you. And that is a pretty hefty vouch, right? The Sonozaki vouch. Like, if a Sonozaki steps up and says, hey, don't worry about him. He ain't do nothing. Like, that carries some weight. I won't lie. But that's if you're lucky and she really steps up for you. I don't know if you got that kind of luck on your side, big dog. My body, exposed to the cold rain. I knew that I simply had to spur myself on to accomplish what I must. I realized how timid, how cowardly I was becoming. For what purpose did I need to kill someone so badly that it was worth feeling this terrible? I'd lost sight of that purpose. I selected the fastest, most fundamental way of saving Satoko and executed it without hesitation. That man was dead. He was gone. He would never, ever hurt Satoko again. We all thought frantically for days on end about Satoko's problem, and finally, with no options, we gave up. I had solved it in one night. By myself, without anyone's help. Right about now, Satoko would be making dinner for her uncle, despite not knowing when he'd return. She might be spending the night trembling in fear of whether he'd yell at her for how it tasted. But her uncle wouldn't come home. She wouldn't have to fear his wrath, nor let him make her feel sad. I see. I did it. I successfully saved Satoko. All I'd been thinking about for a long time was killing that man, and I'd forgotten the feeling that it was actually all to save her.
そっか。
I did something good. That's right. I did something good, didn't I? I felt hot tears coming from my eyes. And that's when I first realized the exhaustion I'd been feeling was actually guilt. The blade of guilt, for a while now, just been scraping away with its tip, hurting my heart. It hurt so bad I couldn't stand it. It was throbbing painfully. Don't use a throbbing tip as your analogy, man. Come on. It hurt so much. It was so painful that I cried. And cried tears of joy at saving Satoko. I didn't know why, really, anymore. I just cried. My tears fell and fell. As I stood there for a while, coming to terms with those warm tears, my heart was comforted a little. Alright, Keiichi Maibara. That's enough. There's nothing to regret or feel ashamed about. Both my body and mind were thoroughly exhausted. That was a fact. It was only natural I couldn't feel anything. Even tomorrow and the day after that, I might not be able to feel anything for a while now. But there was one thing that was true. There was the indisputable fact that I had saved Satoko. One day we would surely be rewarded. One day, I would be proud of how distressing an enterprise I had undertaken to get Satoko's smile back. And so that I could wait for that day, I had to put the finishing touches on this night. If I left it undone, everything I had accomplished today would be for naught. I looked back up at the sky, which didn't look like it would stop raining anytime soon. Then, I rubbed my eyes and summoned forth energy from my core again. How long did I plan on spacing out? This isn't the time for daydreaming. Someone could find that corpse this very moment. That pessimistic thought was proof of the very natural emotion of fear had returned to me. As I allowed the fear to spur me onwards, I went to look for the other shovel and the lantern inside the storage room. It was fortunate. I remembered what it looked like around the streetlight the body was near. With how dark it was quite possible I wouldn't have been able to look for it either. I didn't realize that when I left the place, so the idea of memorizing the spot hadn't even crossed my mind. And that's why I had to call it fortunate that I managed to get back to the body like this. The corpse was now located in a big muddy puddle. Half the thing already sunk into the swamp-like pool of water. I only realized afterward, but there was an unused irrigation channel right nearby clogged with fallen leaves and dirt, and there was rainwater flowing from there. My shoes had been awash with water for a long time now, so without any hesitation I stepped into the puddle. Luckily, the whole muddy stream washed it away. I couldn't leave any slight traces, like bloodstains. The rain was like a blessing from heaven. I checked around me, paying very close attention, then turned off the lantern. It became pitch black, but my eyes got used to the darkness in a few moments. Once I managed to reach the street light on the other side, I was able to make out even faint lights. I stuck the shovel into the puddle right next to the corpse. The ground was even looser here than I thought, and the shovel's tip easily slid inside it. I had to hurry and dig. If I took too much time, I might lose my energy and strength again. It felt almost like digging a hole in the sand at the beach. It was easy to dig, but no matter what, the muddy water kept flowing in, covering the hole. The digging wasn't going well as I'd hoped. I dug and dug, and the water would go in, so I couldn't get a sense of how deep it was. The only way for me to measure was to bury my own foot in the mud. I'm digging just fine. It's all right. Don't be disheartened. Dig, dig, dig. Occasionally a car would come by on the road, and I'd hurry to hide myself in the trees. Everyone was only passing through. They would have their eyes peeled in this kind of darkness. I understood it logically, but I still couldn't help but hide. What I was really scared of wasn't quite that one of those cars would coincidentally happen to witness me here. It was that the distance I could spot cars from was getting gradually shorter. First, I noticed the splashing sounds from really far away as cars drove through them. I started noticing them less and less. With the car that just passed by, I didn't notice it until its headlights were upon me. I felt my senses growing duller by the second. If someone were to take a peek in secret as I was burying the body at the worst possible time, maybe I wouldn't even notice. The moment I thought that, I took a good look all around me. I roused all my half-asleep senses and searched for signs of presence nearby. What if I found out someone was spying on me from the trees? A carnivorous feeling snarled at me, glaring. If there was, then I would dig another hole. I'd come this far already. In order to achieve perfection, I didn't care how much more I had to pay. I didn't know what kind of face I was making at the time, but it was definitely a fervently glaring one. My five senses reached the conclusion that nobody was present. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. How long had I been digging this mud out of here? It was deep enough for it to go up to my knees. Maybe this was enough. Maybe I'd throw the corpse in as a test. I swallow, getting my breathing under control. Despite how much I'd beaten him, I was afraid of touching the corpse. So instead I dragged it by the feet to the hole. It took more than just a waggle and a tug to do it. But of course it did. Considering this man's weight was easily 80 kilograms. I rallied all my strength and dragged him. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished long ago. His body fit perfectly into the muddy hole. It was more than deep enough. Alright, let's bury him. Quickly. 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 If I did a perfect job of burying it here, everything would be over. I would hide it in the hole and none of this would have ever happened. So, I believe this is how it's going to go down. Either A, he's going to successfully bury the body. I think no matter what, he's going to bury the body and think, it's all done. He's going to walk back to the main road, not be aware of his surroundings, fall into his own grave he had dug before, not be able to climb out and drown in it. Or B, like I had suspected, someone else is watching him, someone else is paying attention, and he himself is also going to get ambushed and then dumped in his grave that he had dug. They know where he had dug his grave, right? And they are going to ambush him, throw him in there, and bury him. Honestly, if the story wants to get real fucked up with it, they might even bury him alive, right? Because Keiichi's already exhausted at this point. You know? He's, unlike, Uncle Hojo there, one fucking swing to the head, that kid's not getting up. He might still be conscious, but he's going to be so fucking dead tired, he's not getting up. So they're going to drag his ass into his own hole that he had dug and bury him. Alive. At first he's going to be like, oh, it's all wet in here. What? Oh god. He's probably not going to be drowning right away, but then the mud's going to start coming down on him. He's going to start losing his shit. We're going to fucking witness through his point of view of him being buried alive. If the story wants to get real fucked up with it. I think that's a pretty solid direction to go. I would hide it in the hole, and none of this would have ever happened. When I realized I only had a little farther to go to finish everything, I was racked with pointless anxiety, like I was in a race against time. It was like I was absorbed in a delusion, that if I didn't bury the body quickly, it might come back to life. In any case, in a great rush, I poured mud and dirt into the hole. If it didn't work efficiently, someone might find me here. Until now, I figured if someone saw, I'd just kill them. But not anymore. I was arrested with such absolute fear that if someone saw me, it would all be over. As I finished the work off, it was a total mess. Splish splash, squish squash. I drew the surface of the shovel across the ground, trying to make it flat. I was completely covered in mud at that point. The rain washed the mud off my body, but not off my now blackened clothing. My body and mind were caked with panic and with fear, with rain and sweat and mud. My shoulders heaving, I threw down the shovel and sat down in the mud. I was so exhausted that I wanted to lie down right here and sleep. It was over. This time. For real. It was over. The man was now in the bottom of the wet dirt. Right at this moment, there were traces this place had been dug up, but the rain and flowing muddy water would completely cover it all within moments. Yes, it was over.
やったやったやったぞクソったれ
And then I fell over backwards, face up in the mud. Raindrops pelted my face without mercy, but I didn't care. After staying there for a while, resting my mind, I got up again. It was over. So let's go home. You already buried the whole thing. So now it's like it never happened. It never happened, so there's no reason for me to stay out here and get rained on. I wobbled to my feet. I wouldn't use the shovel anymore. I considered disassembling it, but I didn't have the strength in my absolute exhaustion. I didn't really need to take it apart anyway. Dragging the shovel behind me, I headed towards the light. I stood up on my bike. I'd been lying in the grass by the road. I didn't know how I was going to get the still assembled shovel into the front of the basket. Put the shovel down in the back of my shirt like I'd done with the baseball bat. Unlike the bat, the corner of it was on my back, making it very painful. Plus, if I relaxed my posture even a little, it would fall out behind me. I ended up having to carry the shovel in my left hand and ride my bike using only my right hand. Not only was I in a state of total exhaustion, this was a downpour. One hand on the handlebars. I was swaying to and fro like a drunk. Okay. Okay. So maybe not tonight, but I still feel like this ends with him getting thrown in his own grave he had dug before. Like, he's gonna go back, right? He's gonna be like, I gotta go back and get the other shovel, so there's truly no evidence left behind. I gotta go back, fill in that hole, and that's when he gets ambushed. Or maybe even not. Maybe he gets ambushed at a later point in time, and they're like, look at this convenient hole that was dug for us, huh? In you go, buddy. But I didn't care. Even swaying like this, I got a little closer to home every time I pedaled. I saw two lights swaying slowly in front of me. A car was approaching. Oh no, I need to get out of the way. From far away in the shadows of the darkness, a car appeared. Its dazzling lights washed over me. Oishi! The driver made a short honk of the horn to inform me I was in the middle of the road. I have to get out of the way. Kept telling myself that, but not only was I riding one-handed, I was exhausted, so I couldn't do anything. I meandered about, not going to the right or left. What? The driver decided to swerve out of the way right in front of me, and without lowering its speed much, steadily came towards me. Its outline grew larger in my vision. Telling myself again that I really need to get out of the way, I jerked the handlebars in one direction, and lost my balance and fell over, bike and all. My whole body splayed out, and one foot got caught in the bike. This was seriously bad. My drowsiness quickly vanished, just as a cold sweat broke out on my skin. The driver recklessly spun the wheel to the left, made a counterclockwise U-turn, came right up to me and stopped. The driver's seat door opened, and the driver came out. You idiot. What are you doing here? I was pretty sure someone would yell at me like that. Oh! Not who I was expecting. Takano of all people, huh? That actually is like... That's a solid twist I was not ready for. Genuinely, I'm like, I see a car approach, I'm thinking either it's Oishi, or another person I know who has a car is Irie, right? I was thinking one of those two. Like, either it was going to be Oishi, or it was going to be Irie, because like I said, they keep calling Irie Kantoko, which has been translated as coach, but other people have mentioned it can be translated as director as well. So I feel like that'd be a pretty solid time for him to step up, and there'd be like some kind of big reveal. Takano, though. Okay. By all means, go on. It was a woman's voice, and one I knew. I lifted my face off the ground and looked at her.
Takano-san.
こんばんは。月の綺麗な夜ね。前原くん。
It was raining far too hard to see the moon. Takano-san unfolded an umbrella and smiled as she spoke. That smile was for some reason uncanny. like she'd seen right through me. And of all the people I could have met, I got the sudden feeling that this was the one I wanted to see the least.
こんな時間にどうしたのかしら。傘もささずに全身ずぶ。それは何？シャベル？
She had come here by a car. She wouldn't have known what I was just doing. And yet, she smiled, as though she knew everything. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. It's almost like you asked her directly if you thought the uncle would be next in line to die. It's almost like you asked her that directly. So it's almost like it's very easy to piece together what could be happening if you're out late at night with a shovel covered in mud. Like, yeah, you can't just go, fucking was digging a hole in the forest just for the fuck of it. By all means, if you want to go with that excuse, fucking more power to you, bud. Calm down, Keiichi Mayabara. She always makes that mysterious-looking smile, remember? Don't let her onto anything, unless you dig your own grave. You already did, though! I'm still calling it. Until the fucking credits roll, I still think that's how it's gonna go.
噂じゃあなた、ゴルフクラブで野球に参加したそうだけど。
Did you want to try a shovel this time?
そのシャベルも、つまりはそういうこと？傘の代わりってわけかしら？
You tried using a golf club as a baseball? Now you're trying an umbrella? Trying a shovel as an umbrella? Okay, you card. I should tell a good lie here. Yeah? Do you got one of those? What's your good lie, bud? I can't wait to see what you think a good lie is. If I could just do that, things would work out. Yeah, can you though?
レナと宝探しにダム現場に行った時にこれを忘れてきちゃったんですよ。
And you thought going back in a downpour was the right time to do it? You thought the night of the big festival was the time to do it? Okay, bud.
それをこの土砂降りの中、
Right?
取りに行ったわけ？
What a great lie, buddy.
家を出た時は降るとは思いませんでしたので。
It's been raining for hours. We know this. When I left my house, I didn't think it would rain, you know. That was hours ago.
あら、降り出したのは結構前よ。
What time did you leave your house then, huh? Well, you left your house at like what? 4 or 5 in the afternoon? I can only guess it was around then. Or I think even at like early afternoon, right? Because they said the festival had already started. I don't know when the festival actually starts. It always seems to be at night whenever we see the festival scenes. It's never really happening in the day, or at least around like sunset. So sunset in the summer. I mean, right now, where I am, it's, mid-April, and the sun is setting around like 7:30, 8 o'clock. So by June, especially like, what this takes place? Does this take place in early June or mid-June? I don't know, because like late June, like June 20th, 22nd, or 23rd, the summer solstice, which is the longest day of the year, means sunset comes at a much later time. But even if we're thinking like early June, still, the sun's not going to be going down for quite some time. So honestly, I can't really place a time as to when all this takes place. All I know is he said he left his home at some point in the afternoon, right? When he went to go retrieve the bat from the school, he said there was already sounds coming from the festival, that it was in the afternoon. When he had already gone back to his house to get the other shovel, he said it was 7 o'clock at night. So that means leaving the house to go get the shovel and whatnot. I mean, to go get the bat. Calling the uncle, luring him out, the whole attack and chase sequence. Like, I feel like all that takes at least an hour or two, right? So, like, I gotta be thinking like 4 or 5 in the afternoon he left his house, right? Maybe even earlier. And that's the thing. We went back to the house to get the shovel. It was 7 o'clock, which means it's even later than that. By this point, it's got to be like 8 or 9 o'clock, right? At the very earliest. It could be even later. But if we go at the earliest, it's like 8 o'clock. Like, if we assume it took, which, I mean, let's be honest, it's probably closer to 9. The time it takes for him to, because from his house, he checks his time, it's 7 o'clock. He grabs his shovel, bikes all the way back to the trail, goes all the way back down to the body, spends time digging the hole, putting the body in, filling the hole back up, getting back up to the trail, and riding his bike off. I feel like that takes more than an hour, but at least 2, right? So I'm thinking it's at least 9 o'clock now. By the time he runs into Takano, I'm thinking at least 9 o'clock. So you're telling her that when you left your house, it wasn't raining. Which, 4 or 5 in the afternoon, right? Granted, it wasn't raining when you ambushed him, right? Conveniently, it started raining, I know, for, dramatic impact. It started raining as you killed him, as you delivered the killing blow. Which, still, the killing blow, when was that? 6? Right? 6:30? I actually don't know how far it is between this path and his house, but we do know that his house and Satoko's house are in, opposite directions, right? He says as much. Because he said he couldn't make the phone call from his own house because he wouldn't have enough time to actually get back to the path before the uncle would drive by, right? So there's a considerable distance between his house and this path. So there's got to take a good bit of time for him to bike there. So, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes is just my assumption. So the act of biking there and biking back takes time. Then he had to lie in wait for a few minutes. Then the attack sequence went on for God knows how long. Actually chasing him through the woods, beating him down. Right? So I'm just going to say, let's say the rain started at like 6. Let's say the rain started around like 6 o'clock. Well, because obviously the rain didn't start at 7, because it was already raining by that point. Let's say the rain started around 6 o'clock. And let's say it's roughly 8 o'clock, maybe even 9 o'clock. It's been raining for at least 2 hours. So let's say even if you gave some excuse like, I left my house at 5:30 to go to the dam site. I don't know how far away the dam site is. I don't know how much of a trek that actually is. But if you left your house around 5:30 and it's 8 o'clock now, tell me it took you 2.5 hours to go get that shovel?
あなたずいぶん前から表にいるのね。
まあ、そ
れにあなた向こうからこっちに向かってきたんでしょ
Like, that's interesting, because you're actually not coming from the direction of the dam site.
ダムとは場所も方向も正反対よ。
Takano-san was clearly aware that something exceedingly abnormal was happening with me. Well, yeah, because your good lie isn't good, just like I knew it wouldn't be. As she played her little word game, she was enjoying driving me into a corner. Maybe she had a vague guess just from the situation of what I've been doing. My timing really sucked. To run into her of all people, of all times. At the very end, you can only be frustrated at my terrible luck. I'd done so much, and the end was literally right around the corner. So why, at the very, very end, did I run into her of all people? What do you do, Keiichi Maibara? You're still holding something that could be a dangerous weapon. It's always Takano that dies, isn't it? It's always Takano. Are you gonna be able to do it? Like, I know now that you do have that drive in you when you're determined to do something. But here's the thing. Takano is just a witness. She hasn't done anything to really draw your ire, right? She hasn't done anything to harm anyone you care about. She hasn't done anything to directly harm you. She's just an unfortunate witness. And also, you yourself have claimed you're incredibly exhausted. That's why you weren't able to swerve out of the way in the first place. Are you really going to be able to do it? Because guess what? If you do it, it's not the perfect crime anymore. I mean, it's already not the perfect crime, right? Now you got a witness. Even if you kill this witness, there's no way you have the opportunity to fucking bury them. And guess what? Disposing of that car is not going to be near as easy as disposing of the bike, alright? Will you silence Takano-san? Even if it would be simple to kill Takano-san, dealing with the car she'd come in after would be an issue. I'm saying. I couldn't drive a car. It was completely different from a motorbike. But even if the car was here, as long as there was no proof I killed her. Yes, in tonight's downpour, without any prior planning, all by coincidence, a hit and run. As long as I didn't drop any handkerchiefs with my initials on them, they would never know I killed her. The black flame quietly smoldered and raged in the core of my body.
怖い顔いじめすぎちゃったかしら
Takano-san started to laugh by herself and thankfully stopped talking about it. But the dark clouds in my mind didn't go away.
それはそういつまで自転車にまたがったままそろそろどいてくれるかしら
If I moved, she would leave. So I tried to get the bicycle up and out of the way, but then twisted my ankle in it and fell over. Uh-oh! There was a sharp pain in the ankle I twisted. This is nonsense. Sprained ankle? Now?
あら大丈夫ひょっとしてひねっちゃった
Takano-san squats down and takes a good look at the ankle I keep rubbing. She compares it to my facial expression, apparently trying to gauge how bad the wound
立
was.
てる
I didn't expect to, but I couldn't even stand up. It was all I could do to shamelessly wriggle on the ground like a caterpillar. Takano-san looked at her watch, then at her car. Everything for a moment opened the passenger seat door. Then gave me her shoulder to stand up with.
家まで送るわなんだか私が跳ねたみたいで嫌な気持ちだけどね
すみません
見捨てるのも気の毒だし私が優しい人でよかったわね
Nobody good has ever called themselves a nice person, but that would have been a terrible thing to say to someone holding me up like this. I took Takano's hands and sat down in the passenger seat. Takano-san went around the back and looked at my bike on the ground.
自転車は後日ってことにはならない
I could clearly tell from her face that she thought it would be a pain since it would be heavy and it would get her car dirty. But my bike has the name of my bar written on it. Couldn't leave it out here like this.
そのないと
トランクは後部座席なんかに積んだらまああなたを乗せた時点でもう十分に汚れてるんだけれども
I turned back to the back seat and see someone's folding bicycle there already. It still looked big enough to fit my bike in there as well. My expression reflected my thoughts, and the exact thoughts seemed to get through to her.
わかったわわかった積んであげる今夜だけはお姉さんも優しくしてあげるわ
Takano-san continued with her mean jokes, but she hoisted my bike and loaded it into the back seat for me. The mean jokes were one thing, but couldn't she do something about that eerie smile of hers? Even more importantly than the bike, I didn't want to leave the shovel here. The shovel could be directly connected to the buried body and to me.
ついでで申し訳ないんですけどシャベルもお願いしていいですか
Takano-san gave me a clearly dubious expression.
シャベル別にいいけど大事なもの
The more I talk, the worse it gets for me. Yeah, no shit. That's how I felt, so I didn't force myself to answer her. Eventually, outlasted by my silence, Takano-san gave a short shrug and sighed.
はいはいわ僕はシャベルがないそんな怖い目しなくてもいいわよ
Takano-san brought over the shovel that was lying in the middle of the road. I clutched it like I'd never let go of it again. Takano-san watched me with a puzzled look.
じゃあ行くわよ前原くんのお家ってあの前原屋敷でいいんでしょ
なんでみんなうちのことを前ば
だって現にお屋敷じゃない
Because it's fucking huge, dude.
お金持ちが羨ましいわ
As she spoke, Takano-san pulled the handbrake and stepped on the gas. After making a skillful U-turn using the shoulder of the road. Shit. She steadily increased in speed. From the rearview mirror, that accursed place seemed to melt into the darkness.
慣れた？
え？すみません。今なんて？
Takano-san suddenly tried to say something to me, but thoughtlessly I didn't catch it. Looking ahead, Takano-san said the same thing one more time.
死体。上手に埋められた？
I thought my heart might beat out of my chest, but I didn't let it show. But my lungs were squeezed tight, and I couldn't breathe.
何を？
こういう山奥にした結構深く掘らないと野犬とかが匂いを嗅ぎつけて掘りか野犬が加えてた人骨で事件が発覚。警察一帯を山狩りへなんて。
Huge, rusted bells start ringing in my head. Had I buried it so deep that I couldn't say it absolutely wouldn't be found? The answer was no. I was in such a rush to bury him and get it over with. I couldn't deny having possibly buried it too close to the surface. No. Wait. That's not... Wait. Anyway. This woman. How? How does she know? She had just passed by here in her car by coincidence. Had she? So, I mean, here's the thing. You noticed there were cars passing by, right? But you never paid much. You said yourself you were being able to pay attention to them less and less, to the point like one time you didn't even notice till the headlights were on you. You have no idea if the cars that kept passing by, if they were the same car or not. You have no idea. You don't know that for sure. For all you know, the car that kept passing by was the same vehicle. You yourself said you were not paying much attention to the cars themselves. You would see headlights and drop down so no one would see you. For all we know, someone absolutely saw you the first time and they just kept making passes to see if you were still there. And we ran into each other. By coincidence. Is it now? Because you yourself even said, like, am I being watched? Are there eyes on me? But there wasn't anyone in the mountains. It was someone who kept driving by in a car keeping eyes on you, right? If she had been watching the entire thing from the trees, and once I left she came back in her car, it didn't make logical sense. Of course not. She was in her car, she was totally dry. There was no mud on her, she wasn't watching from the trees. So then, why? My guy, come on now. Even if she hadn't, right? Even if my theory of the same car passing by is totally false, right? Not true at all. You straight up told her, like, do you think it would be passable if, like, the uncle died on the night of the Watanagashi? Do you think that would make sense? Do you think people would believe that? That would make sense, right? If it was the uncle, right? Like, you essentially gave yourself away by asking all those questions. You made yourself a prime suspect. Even if you weren't the one to do it, you made yourself a prime suspect by asking all those questions. Keiichi Maebara, that's it. You need to kill her. My entire body reawakened. I could feel my pupils dilate. I couldn't possibly beat her to death with a shovel in such a small car. Then I would use my hands and strangle her. I truly don't believe you have that kind of strength in you. Even if you have the adrenaline rush from, oh god, she's on to me, I don't think you have that kind of strength in you. I saw how much it took for you to beat that man. I saw that after several shots to the head from a metal bat, he could still run perfectly well. He still maintained his balance and awareness of his surroundings. And you're like, yeah, because he's an animal, right? Now, even a fleeing animal, after taking shots to the head like that, would fucking be stumbling over itself, right? It's because you're a bit weak. You don't got the strength. You said yourself, you weren't athletic. You didn't excel in sports like your friends, right? Or your friends, quote unquote. I'm just saying. You got the motivation, I'll give you that. I know you got the motivation. I know you got the follow through, right? Once you've taken one life, the next one is easier to do. This is something they always say. They always tell you, right? Once you cross that line after taking one life, the next time you take a life, it goes so much easier, right? You don't have a problem with it the next time. The question is, do you have the actual strength to do it? Do you have that kind of strength? Because not only are you physically exhausted, you're just weak in general. I know this about you. So even if we assume that, Takano is this frail woman, right? If we go under that assumption, do you really have the strength to fucking choke someone out like that? Or are they just gonna be like, oh, hey, your hands are on my throat. Well, this is awkward. Like, do you actually got that kind of strength? Because I don't know. You with a weapon in your hand, you can do it. It takes you a few shots, but you can do it. Takes quite a few shots, honestly, but you can do it. But just your bare hands? I don't know if you got that kind of dog in you, bud. But she was driving right now. That is also true. You have that kind of strength, but like, oh, she loses control of the vehicle, it flips, gets overturned, now you're in a whole other fucking situation. If I strangled her, we might get into an accident. Then suddenly, Takano-san turned and looked at me.
ボケもツッコミもなし
For a moment, I was surprised. What was she talking about?
私たちあんまり相性は良くないみたいね
Takano-san said, disappointed, returning her gaze ahead. I repeated the words she said a few times in my head, and finally realized she meant it as an off-color joke. I didn't know whether it was really a joke, but I wouldn't be able to fool her no matter how many lies I told. Right now, her driving the car like this, I couldn't kill her. I would have an even harder time doing it when we got back to my house. That moment we met, that had been my best chance, and to have missed it so easily, it hurt. After that, Takano-san didn't say a single word. The car was completely buried in almost suffocating silence. What kind of woman had I run into? With everything that happened today, I managed to pull it off, and at the very end of it all, I just had to go home and go back to sleep. With bad luck. As my sleepiness gradually overtook me, the anxiety I felt steadily started to matter less and less. You're not gonna wake up at home, are you? Is this alright, Keiichi Maibara? You probably should not leave this woman alive. Like, even if you're not able to kill her, falling asleep in someone else's car is a bad idea at this point. Even if this was someone you thought you could trust, right? If Irie showed up, right? The coach, which at this point, Keiichi probably thinks he can trust him, right? You don't want to be falling asleep in the back of no one's car right now. Not until you get home, right? Once you're home, then you're safe. Like, I get it right now, his exhaustion is just coming over him. He can't fight it anymore. I get that, but like, this ain't the time to be giving in. Even if you can't help it. She stepped on the brakes and I jerked against my seatbelt. That woke me up. Then I must have fallen asleep by accident. I looked out the window and there was a big building with faint lights on. It was really dark out, but I knew immediately it was my house.
今ご家族を呼んでくるわ少しの間だけど
バカにしないでください。それにもう大丈夫です。一人で歩けますから。
あらあらさっきは痛そうな顔しひょっとしてお姉さんに甘えてみたかったから
As Takano-san spoke, she left the car and opened up her umbrella. The sound of falling raindrops was fierce as always. I carefully reached down and rubbed the ankle I twisted. There was still some pain and a little weirdness. They weren't that bad anymore. Rather than being happy about how light the wound was, I first regretted this whole thing. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I could have still taken the option of killing Takano-san right then and there. There probably wasn't much doubt that Takano-san was convinced I was involved in some sort of crime. If she knew about everything happening with Satoko, then she might have even guessed I'd killed somebody. Takano-san opened the passenger door for me.
本当に肩は必要ない。もう一回だけ。
I ignored her and answered by getting out of the car by myself. The rain was still pretty intense. I got my bicycle out of the back seat. I was a bit curious who the other bike belonged to, but that didn't matter right now. I let Takano-san hold the umbrella over me and pushed my bicycle up to the front door.
ありがとうございます。もうここまでで大丈夫です。
My ankle hurt so much earlier, and it still did, but it aggravated me that it hadn't even been that bad. It was really, seriously terrible luck.
じゃあ私はこれで失礼す。前原くんと二人きりで夜のドライブだったなんて。特に二郎さんにはね。
Jiro-san? Oh, she meant Tomitake-san. I suppose she calls him by his first name. His full name must be Jiro Tomitake then. And then, the other bike, folding one in the back seat that I didn't care about at first, suddenly came to mind. On the day before yesterday, as I walked near the dam half asleep, Tomitake-san had talked to me. And the bicycle he'd been riding, it was...
あの後ろに積んであった自転車、富武さんのですよね。
Is this how it's gonna go? We know each other's secret now. She killed Tomitake, I killed the uncle, and now we're just like, huh? Takano-san's eyes. I think they sharpened for a moment.
どうしてそう思うのかしら。
以前に会った時見てますから、フレームも特徴的でしたし。
でもおかしくないかしら。この自転車が二郎さんのものだなんてこと。
おかしいって。
Takano-san, her hair elegantly fluttering, peers into my eyes.
だってひなみ沢には民宿なんてないのよ。なら二郎さんは町に泊まっていることになるわよね。
そうなんですか。まあそうならそうなんじゃないですか。
町からひなみ沢まではとても歩いてなんか行き来できないわよね。バスだって走ってないし、せめて自転車くらいはなきゃね。
She didn't need to tell me that. That's why Jiro-san was riding a bike.
その二郎さんの二郎さんは私の車に乗っていないなら、二郎さんはひなみ沢で自転車なしって二郎さんを放っておいてありえないでしょう。
As she spoke, Takano-san made eyes like a hawk. Unfortunately, I didn't really understand what was so odd. She's sitting here being like, yes, that would be odd, wouldn't it? That's why it's not the truth. Do we understand each other? And he's sitting here like, I don't get it.
それの何がおかしいんですか。高野さんは富武さんとは仲が何かのようで自転車を積んであげたって、別におかしいことだとは思う。
そうじゃないです。つまりこのひなみ沢において二郎さんとその自転車がバラバラに存在以上の理由からこの自転車が二郎さんのものであるわけが理解できたかしら。
She's trying so hard to be like, you're gonna keep this a secret between us. You're gonna forget that you thought that you saw a totally different bike. That is not Jiro's bike. You understand, right? Right? Takano-san's roundabout way of talking was hard to comprehend. That eeriness I could feel, that vague dreadfulness, I didn't like it at all. But the most wild, instinctive part of me wanted me to not pry.
あれは私の二郎さんに選んでもらったからセンスが似てるのは間違いないけれどね。
あ、そうだったんで、道理で似てると。
私とあなたは今夜出会わなかった。
And now she was talking about something completely different. Yeah, she's like, I did something, you did something. But neither of us saw each other. Neither of us know anything about what the other did. I didn't see your muddy shovel. You didn't see Jiro's bike in my vehicle. Understood?
何を言ってるんですか。
Jesus fucking Christ, Keiichi.
私とあなたは今夜出会わなかった。
I stayed there, not knowing what to say, and Takano-san repeated her eerie, succinct phrase to me again.
私と出会わなかった。
Something cold and unpleasant crawled up my spine. I knew, because I'd killed a person with my own hands before. Before I came to the conclusion that I only had one chance to beat this woman to death to keep her quiet, I couldn't hesitate, so I could tell that she'd arrived at the very same conclusion. My instinct warned me again. I wish I'd never met this woman. The faint scent, like a rotten smell drifting from this woman, was no doubt the exact same sense that I was giving off now. The very peculiar aspiration, the lack of uncertainty at taking a human's life for a purpose, one that only those who have risen above everything had. Actually, maybe I should have called it nausea. It meant, and I didn't know how to explain this very well, but Takano-san was the same as me. In other words, someone who shouldn't have been here. Someone I couldn't have let anybody know was here. Someone who nobody would have wanted to see. And now that we had, we could calmly pretend as if we never met. Yes. Which meant that, just like I wanted to have nothing else to do with her, she didn't want to have anything to do with me either. And she, too, wanted to make it so that we'd never met. Both of us wished for the same thing. Our desires were the same, which meant Takano-san's suggestion was extremely practical, and that I couldn't outright refuse.
それでいいならそういうことでもいい。俺と高野さんは。
そうよね。あなたにとってもその方がいいでしょ。
どうしてそう思うんですか？
いちいちうるさいわね。それくらい自分で考えられないの、坊や。
She cut me off with the condescending word, boy, right in front of my house, in a place most unsuited to killing. And yet, there was a frozen thirst for blood coming from both of us. I would be killed, right here, right now. Yeah, then I definitely should have beaten her as we passed each other. Damp, greasy sweat broke out over my body. Keiichi, you should have just said, yep. She said, we never saw each other tonight, and you go, yes, we didn't. But no, you go, I guess if that's what you want, alright. And she's like, oh, playing dumb, are we? It's not just for me, asshole. That's fine. If you want me, then you can come anytime. When I made up my mind, she took her hair elegantly and turned on her heel. She shook her hair elegantly and turned on her heel.
よかったわ、私が優しい人で。
What was good? How? Because she was a kind person? Was that it? I didn't get it. Takano-san got into her car. We didn't exchange any words of parting. I'd performed a massive feat, the killing of Satoko's uncle, and yet I didn't feel any accomplishment. On the holy night of Yashiro-sama's curse, on which the taking of another's life was allowed. On the terribly rainy night when the demons wandered, as agents of Yashiro-sama's will. The demons were never supposed to meet, but suddenly, they did. The demons parted ways triumphantly. There was no reason for them to fight. Both their objectives had already been accomplished. With the rain hitting me like a waterfall, my eyes met with Takano-san's through the car window. The female demon, her mouth twisted into a distorted, fearless smile. It was too late to kill her. Far too late. That first moment, the very first moment we saw each other, had been my best chance. And now that we had parted like this, I was acutely aware of it. I should not have let her live. She beeped her horn quickly, then her car drove away into the deluge. The one woman who knew what really happened tonight disappeared into the dark. As long as she was alive, this night would never really end. Just get into an accident, I thought to myself. In this downpour, slip on some mud or something and fly face first into a tree and die. That wasn't a delusion, a wild flight of fantasy. It was an earnest wish. Yes, it was a command. Die. Die. And keep your mouth shut for eternity. Because I have no doubt you're wishing for me to die all the same. My curse upon her faded emptily as Takano-san's taillights disappeared into the other darkness. Her car's lights were completely out of sight now. Even the sound of the engine faded into the sound of the heavy rain and was inaudible now. I, too, turned on my heel. To draw the curtains on this insane night. To open my front door and end it all. I began walking towards the front door. I was covered in mud, and I made a squishing sound with every step I took. Squish. Squish. Don't worry, Keiichi, my bada. Squish. Squish. She'll die. Squish. Squish. Her end will be as miserable as she is. I'll throw her into some flames alive and let her dance until she's burned to a crisp. I'll burn her to ashes in the fires of hell itself until she's roasted as much as she deserves.
そう願う本気でな。
Squish. Huh? Just now, I hadn't taken a step. And yet, a footstep. Without emotion, I turned around. If there was a footprint that wasn't my own, then it was obvious someone else was behind me. Was somebody else there? I was sick of this. Whoever it was, I was sick of everything tonight. This time, I would kill them. I would kill them without a second thought. I wouldn't hesitate to turn around and dig another hole. But fortunately, there was nobody there. I wasn't going to have to kill any more people tonight. This night, I couldn't handle any more of it. Even if I heard an extra footstep each time I stopped, put it down to me just being tired. Yeah, who do we know who would be able to sneak up on him like that? I wonder. Fire from Hell and Victim of the 5th Year. Let's get it. What's the Fire from Hell?
はい、もしもし。救急ですか？消防です。火事ですか？事故ですか？落ち着いて話してください。多分火事だと思います。こちらは中部高速の下級地サービスエリアなんですけどね。裏の山からなんだかすっごい火と煙が上がってるのが見えるんですよ。あんなところ誰も立ち入らないから、なんで火がついてるのかよくわかんないですけど、山火事にならないとも限らないし。わかりました。すぐに現場を確認しますので、そちら様のお名前とすぐに連絡のつく。
消防司令部より通達。G ブロック西側山街道から離れていることから、カップルの焚き火か不法投棄のゴミに放火したかの可能性。現場は深い森林地帯。周辺に民家はないが延焼の可能性あり。
Makes me think of the way Takano died in the last chapter.
直ちに現場を確認されたし。
Because she was stuffed in a barrel and lit on fire. Well, her corpse was. She was already dead by the time she was put in the barrel. But that's how they discovered her was a fire on the mountain.
消防署ですか。こちらは G ブロック第3通報の現場にさっき到着。ドラム缶が一つ山中に放棄され、火は鎮火しつつあり、延焼の可能性はなし。で、ドラム缶の中に多分人じゃないかと。警察の人にも連絡した方がいいんじゃないかと思いました。これ人だよ。
Okay. So we see what happened to Tomitake. Victim of the 5th year, which is always Tomitake.
今年のたたりって。
そういうことになるんですかね。毎年いろんな殺し方を見せてくれますが、
自分で自分の喉をかき破るなんて。
あとは鑑識のじい様に任せましょう。きっと何かの怪しげな薬物を検出してくれる。
お疲れ様です。
ああ、おいさん。小宮山さんたちが。
おいさん、お疲れ様です。今年は一等来てるの。
裏をかかれました。私はてっきり今夜死ぬのは北条哲平だとばかり思ってたんですがね。
仏は何者で。
富武二郎。年に何回かひなみ沢に来てる趣味の写真家さんです。ノーマークだったな。
Okay. So Takano has been the one who kills Tomitake. Which makes sense because she has access to the hospital. She's a nurse, right? She has access to the special like pharmaceuticals that could cause such a reaction and whatnot. But then the fire drum burning on the mountain, is that also her? And is this going to be a situation like from the last chapter where Keiichi didn't actually interact with her and said he was hallucinating? Where, oh, actually, she's been dead long before you ever interacted with her. That'd be interesting.
どうなんでしょうね。北条宅にずっと張り付いてたのがバレて、ターゲットを変更したとか。
かなあ。恨めったな。
で、 北条哲平の方は。
ねえ、夕方頃に娘が祭りに出かけて、その少し後にバイクで出かけました。先に娘が帰ってきて、あれまだ帰ってないかな。どっかで飲んだくれてるのかな。
大石さんいらっしゃいますか。高杉課長、1号車の無線にお願いします。
So he's just realizing that Hojo also got cacked. But I'm guessing they're calling about the fire, right? Still haven't seen all the notes yet. At first I thought it was a dream. I was staring at the strange sheet, not really understanding what it was. That was all. I didn't go after it, nor did I ridicule it. The fact that the boring view was the ceiling of my own room, but I didn't realize that for a fairly long time. Yes, I thought I'd been dreaming, but I'd actually been staring at the ceiling the whole time. Lethargy induced by the voices of the cicadas. Even after I realized I was awake, I couldn't draw forth the energy to sit up. Everything I could see, everything I could hear, everything was like a television broadcast that had already ended. It was hot. So hot I could choke on the heat. My back was moist with night sweats and it felt gross. Unable to endure it any longer, I tossed in my futon. Finally, blood started coursing through my brain. I lazily recalled the long day I had yesterday. The reality, as I lay here listening to the voices of the cicadas, and yesterday, so different from it. In order to kill Satoko's uncle, I had rehearsed, formulated a plan, and dug a hole. It was very hot, and I was tired, wasn't I? And when evening came, I went to school and called him out on the phone. I panicked for a moment when he asked where the police station was, but it worked out. And then I awaited him and swooped down. Couldn't remember any more what sort of emotions I'd let control my body. In any case, it didn't go smoothly, but I did it. It was very hard to dig the hole for the body. That feel of the rain pelting down on me, I don't think I'll ever forget it. The rain, the mud, the sprays of blood, the sensation of floundering in a swamp. When I met Takano-san on the way home, that wasn't good, no matter how I interpreted it. It was the most misfortunate and uncalculated thing that had happened that night. Everything would have been perfect, if only I hadn't encountered her. Huh. I was just riding my bike with my shovel in one hand through the downpour, utterly soaked. There was no way someone could surmise I was a murderer bearing a body just from that information. But that's not all the information she had. She had had prior conversations with you that clearly indicate you had a personal vendetta against the Hojo man. Now that I was thinking calmly, napping under the morning sun, that's what I thought. Still, the more I thought about Takano-san's eyes, it seemed like she understood. Takano-san, she knew that I'd killed someone, buried them, and I'd been on my way home, exhausted. Takano-san wouldn't gain anything from selling me out to the police. That didn't mean I could feel at ease. I'd crossed such a bridge to get my tranquil life back, and finally achieved it as a result. But now, for the rest of my life, for all the tranquil days starting today, I'd have to live in fear of when they could suddenly end. I may have twisted my ankle, dulled from total exhaustion. The fact that I couldn't make the snap judgment I needed to, I regretted it more and more as time went on. You didn't have a choice, Keiichi Maibara. You didn't have any choice at that time. You were tired. You were a mess. Even if you had made the decision, you might not have been able to kill her. She might have just beaten you instead. In that sense, parting ways uneventfully could have been the safer option. No matter how sharp Takano-san's intuition was, she had no proof. Her suspecting me didn't amount to evidence by itself.
Very
true. Glad you're smart enough to realize that much. Just worry about it when the time comes. Now isn't the time to be worrying. It's the time to be smiling, right? You accomplished so much just to gain a new life starting today, didn't you? Then you should be happy this new morning. If remembering the past is too hard for you, then just consider everything up to yesterday as having never happened. You said so yourself. You'd bury it all like it never happened. Well, your wish came true. Everything before yesterday never happened. So be happy, Keiichi Maibara. I stuck up my hands lazily. Felt a little silly for me to be the one doing it. I heaved a sigh from deep in my belly. That sigh got my lungs moving. Felt like I hadn't been breathing until just now. It wasn't enough to admonish myself over. All the dice that could have been thrown already had been, and the numbers that turned up weren't bad at all. If I lost with those numbers, then I just have to give up, I guess. I grabbed the chest of my pajamas and flapped it back and forth. Cool air flowed over my sweating body. Okay. Nothing before yesterday happened. Nothing. Nothing at all. I'd forget it all. Yesterday was all a dream. What time was it? About midday? Getting myself up and going to school this late seemed kind of absurd, but I needed to go. I felt like going to school would be the first step into my peaceful new life. I didn't care how late it was. I would go. I'd go to school right now and get back the life I had retaken as soon as I could. My lazy body immediately became lighter at the thought. I rolled up out of the futon, bounced onto my knees, and then leapt upright.
10.0
I stuck out my chest with the pride at my gymnast-like pose, then took a deep breath of fresh air. The brisk morning air had been gone for a while, replaced by the crisp air of the summer. Downstairs, I got a stern talking to by my mother. Where were you last night? When did you get back? You need to tell me when you won't be home for dinner, things like that. Considering the importance of what I'd accomplished yesterday, a little scolding was no problem. In fact, it even felt like the sort of thing that would happen in such a peaceful life. I listened with an irresponsible smile, stepped out into the sun high overhead. It was around the time lunch break would be ending. Everyone would probably be worrying about me. I didn't go to the festival and now I wasn't at school. Well, maybe they weren't too worried about it, since they would have gotten a small piece of news, but a happy one, from Satoko today. Yes, the small piece of news that her uncle hadn't come home last night. Satoko would probably live her days in nervous tension for a while, thinking he might still come home. But eventually those days would end. And finally, Satoko, too, would realize her uncle was never coming back. And then, Riki-chan would quietly invite her. She would say, "You can live with me again." And everything would go back to normal. Our lives would go back to how they were before that man appeared. Satoko would start wearing that extraordinary smile, complete with those protruding canines, fool everyone with those traps she was so proud of. I'd probably be her first target out of everyone, but I wouldn't be mad. In fact, I might actually shed tears of joy at the return of something so normal. Satoko. She'd gradually grow back into that meddlesome personality of hers. I mean, my lack of my lack of useful life skills was already completely exposed. I wondered if I'd ever be a match for Satoko. But that would be such a pleasant thing to see too. And with such warm, fuzzy predictions, I didn't feel bad for going to school so late. In fact, I wanted to run there now to get there as soon as I could. Instead, I decided to savor the peacefulness of just going back to school like normal without running. The world I had attained for myself, that gave me joy just by walking like this. Yes, the world beginning on this very day was something I had won. Without that monumental feat yesterday, I would have never been able to come to school so cheerfully today. The school gate came into sight. Just then I heard the principal ring the bell to mark the end of lunch break. It was a clear, refreshing sound. I stopped despite myself and let myself take it in. Tap. I had stopped suddenly, so there was an extra footstep. But the noise, the blessedness I was feeling throughout my whole body, withdrew it into any pore it could find. As if to replace it, I felt like hundreds of hairy caterpillars were climbing up to my feet. I turned back, but of course nobody was there. A single footstep could have easily been my imagination, but the footstep felt so ominous. The extra footstep I had heard after seeing Takano off last night. With everything that happened on that insane night, I didn't mind something like that happening once. It had been a hell of a night after all. In fact, having just one hallucination was pretty fortunate. But those footsteps should have ended with yesterday, so if I heard them again today, there was really only one thing it could have meant. Last night still wasn't over. It was still going. Still. That insane night. Forever. The step I heard, just that one extra footstep, was quietly ridiculing the nonsensical notion that the world starting today was completely different from the one that ended yesterday. My classmates playing in the schoolyard all vanished inside like the tide going out. When I approached the school, it felt like that warm, fuzzy scene had ended, and didn't feel good. At the entrance, I took a quick look in everyone's shoeboxes. Satoko Hojo, she was here. Mion was here too, and Reina, of course. Even Riki-chan was here. Tomita-kun and Nakamura-kun were here, In fact, I didn't see any missing classmates. If there were shoes missing, they would have to be my own. Took my shoes off and stuck them in, then took out some slippers. There wasn't a single pair left in the shoeboxes anymore. With that, they returned to their rightful state. But as I stepped up to the wooden floor, I noticed there was just one pair of slippers left. Huh? Whose?
北条サトシ
Satoshi, who had never been to school since disappearing last year. Till now, we had committed the exact same act of violence, but I guess in the very end, it went differently. You couldn't make it to school, but here I am. I didn't repeat the same mistake you made. Except he did return to school, from what I understand. From what I understand, he didn't disappear until several days later. Right? He did get his peaceful life back for a moment. But then he went into town to get the present, and that's when things went south. So, you don't know that you've bested Satoshi just yet. I wasn't about to let myself feel superior about that. In fact, I felt an odd sense of familiarity with him. A misfortunate bond with someone I'd never met due to following the same fate. I headed down the hallway, towards the usual classroom. It felt like it had been a whole year since coming here. Hey, did you forget Keiichi Maibara? Satoshi Hojo didn't really disappear on the night of Watanagashi, did he? Yep. Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days later, on Satoko's birthday, if I was right. I didn't know what day it was, but I couldn't say for sure I'd avoided Satoshi's failure unless I remained here past that day. I was still living in that night of insanity. The teacher still hadn't come to the classroom. The other door clattered open, the one the teacher wouldn't use, so everyone turned at once to see who had arrived. Everyone looked pretty vacant. Suppose I'll greet them.
おはよう諸君、出迎えご苦労であるぞよ。
Silence. When I started to think I'd fallen flat, someone finally started laughing for me.
おはようケイちゃん、今朝も飛ばしてるね。
ケイチ君、まだお祭り気分が抜けてないのかもしれない。
Hearing Mion and Reina's cheerful voices made me realize how dumb those dark feelings I'd been having at that entrance really were.
おいおい、お祭り気分って、そもそも俺。
At the festival at all, remember? Before I could say that, Riki-chan smiled at me.
ケイチはちゃんと僕の演舞見ててくれましたですか？ちゃんと見てたよ。あんなにいっぱい拍手してくれてたのに。
ケイちゃんにシオンのやつがちょっかい出してきたのを無視してね。はは、シオン、ざまあなかった。いい気分。
Mion starts laughing at the memory as she slaps me a few times on the back.
それで、あの射的屋の対決って結局どうなったんですか？
Tomita-kun was facing me and talking. There was nobody behind me. That meant he was talking to me.
あれは結局、富武がビリだったのですよ。みんなで楽しく罰ゲームをしましたです。
リカちゃんも実質ビリみたいなもんだったじゃない。あそこで起死回生の大技でガムをゲットとは、さすがは我が部の部員。見事だったよ。
Crying at a time like that as if only Furude would be allowed to do, said Okamura-kun. In my direction, everyone laughed. If anyone but Riki-chan had done it, it would have been against the rules. Riki-chan gave one of her knee-paw smiles as she listened to it. In my direction. Reina, too, turned towards me. And then, with a somewhat embarrassed smile, she whispered to me only so I could hear.
でも、ケイチ君、あのでっかいぬいぐるみ、すっごく嬉しかった。
Interesting. I can't tell if they're all, like, trying to cover up for it, but, like, wouldn't they have known? Rika asks, "Did you see my dance?" And Mion says, "Oh yeah, because he blew off Shion," which would indicate like which would be like, different from how the festival went in the previous chapter. But then they start talking about the festival games that happened in the first chapter. So like they're kind of mixing the details of what happened in the previous two chapters But they're acting like Keiichi was there the whole time, even though he definitely wasn't. Are they doing that just to provide him with some kind of alibi? Huh.
大事に枕元に置いてるんだよ。ちゃんと寝る前にお休みのキスしちゃった。はう。
The class laughed at that, cheering and jeering. This whole time, the conversation had been a little bit off. I wasn't quite getting it.
ぬいぐるみがどうしたって？
どうした？昨日のお祭りでみんなで頑張って落としたよ。でっかいぬいぐるみ。
Because now it's got me thinking, like, in chapter 1, did the events actually play out like that? Since they're giving us all the details of how the festival went in chapter 1, even though he wasn't actually there, did things actually play out like that? Was that us just seeing the alibi of what happened and maybe Keiichi was doing something else? I don't know.
でっかいぬいぐるみ。
Reina seemed taken aback, but when she answered, she did it with a smile.
なかなか倒せないから額を狙ったり、それでケイチくん鉄砲を何丁もあらかじめ用意して素早く撃ってみせてくれたんだよね。かっこよかった。はう。
Wait, who was this?
あの後の飲み会でさ、町内会の会長連中にもケイちゃんの評判すごく良かったんだよ。ケイちゃんの売り工場に惚れたって騒いでたのは子供会の君吉徳蔵会長だったかな。次の祭りではぜひケイちゃんに何店舗か任せたいって言ってた。
徳蔵はお祭りの実行委員会の模擬店部長さんなのです。
Abara-san is great at making things sound good, isn't he? Yep, whenever he talks about something, it seems a lot better than it actually is. Ahaha, you can't say that. Ahaha.
ケイチくんって売り子さんの才能、きっとバナナの叩き売りとかやった。
さっきから何の？だいたい俺
Didn't go to the festival in the first place. I saw those words. I didn't know exactly why, but in Hinamizawa, this is what had happened. Oh, fuck. God damn, I knew it was gonna be something like this again. So, like, I know, like, Umineko, right? The stories you saw play out, especially in, like, the early episodes, were actually, like, these various, like, theories that these, outside people had come up trying to figure out, like, what had happened on the mansion, or happened on the island concerning the mansion, right? They're always like, oh, this is the tale that I had heard. And then some of them were stories that, oh, god damn it, what's her name? I don't know, she was like the human version of Featherine. I forget her name. But the writer woman, some of them had been things that she had come up with based on what she had heard from, whatever Battler's alter identity was. I forget that as well. Hearing some of the things she heard from Battler, that's like some of the pieces she put together, and then others were just wild fan theories that had been put together. So now have the previous chapters we've been seeing, are they all like the stories that the village has come together to tell regarding what happened? Right? Like, oh yeah, this is how the festival went. Yep, nope, Keiichi was there. Absolutely. Everyone was there. Everyone at the village has an alibi. Is that what they're trying to tell me? That someone in the village has been involved, but they haven't necessarily been there. This is just the stories they've been telling the alibis they've been telling to make up for them. So we've never really gotten the truth of what's happened at the festivals. Yesterday during the Watanagashi festival, Keiichi Maibara had appeared, and he had romped about with all his usual members of his club. He made a big scene at a few of the stalls, snatched a few sticks of takoyaki and okonomiyaki in his glee, rating them each as delicious or terrible to get everyone excited, which was chapter 2. And then they seen a gigantic stuffed animal at the target practice game and everyone after it, chapter 1. Then I got a whole bunch of the court guns, firing them in rapid succession, throwing each one away after using it. And admirably, I shot down the biggest stuffed animal there. And then I gave the stuffed animal as the proof of my victory to Raid as a gift. Then our fun came to a close. We had to go see Riki-chan's offertory dance. There was a ton of people squeezed in there, and we all got separated, but we managed to get into a good position to cheer Rika on form. Then in the middle, when Shion came up and asked me to go hang out with her instead of watching the dedication dance, I refused and stayed put watching the dance till the very end. But who? Who was that? Well, everyone's been saying it, haven't they? Keiichi Maibara. I had urged to yell in anger at my classmates for having so much fun talking about the festival yesterday with Keiichi Maibara. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Far stronger than that gut feeling, though, was the sheer uncanny nature of this reality I couldn't understand. A Keiichi Maibara who wasn't me was in Hinamizawa yesterday. As I threw away my humanity, turned into a demon, and was busy beating Satoko's uncle to death. I was having a great time at the festival last night. What the hell? I had to suffer through so much, desperately hold back tears, getting so worn out in that downpour, digging holes, chasing, beating, killing, dragging, and burying. Who was this Keiichi Maibara who had ignored me so and spent such a fun, carefree time at the festival, damn it? Who the hell stood in for me as I put my life on the line working so hard to achieve this treasure-like everyday life? If there was another Keiichi Maibara besides me, what was I? On the night of Watanagashi, where one died and one disappeared, in accordance with the Yashiro-sama's curse, there was only a demon who had killed someone. Right, because the village is going to come up with an excuse because obviously the facts point to Keiichi did it, but the village as a whole will come up with an excuse to defend whoever did it. Right? So that's what has been happening, right? We don't know who killed anyone. We don't know how any of the Watanagashi curses have gone down because the village always comes together to create a story, create an alibi for everyone involved, other than the people who are obviously already dead. But everyone else has an alibi. Fuck. Okay. Dumbfounded, as I succumbed to a horrifying possibility, I looked around at my classmates to make sure there was nobody extra I didn't recognize among them, to make sure I wasn't among them. It was a horrifying thought that the real Keiichi Maibara hadn't overslept and had come to school on time, and that I, who was no longer Keiichi Maibara, had just waltzed in here. But no matter how much I checked, the only people here were ones I knew. The man I met every time I looked in a bathroom mirror was not here. Teacher entered and everyone hurried back to their seats. Upon finding me, who was stupidly late, she gave me a stern talking to, but I wasn't listening to it. Wasn't our old life supposed to start today? Something wasn't right. It was just strange. Also, he said that Satoko was here, right? He said that he saw Satoko's shoes in the cubby, but we have not heard or seen from her at all since entering the classroom. I was supposed to go back to my old fun life after yesterday. I had set foot in an incomparably mysterious world that was completely different from both my old life and my recent one. Yes, this was, without a doubt, a different world than the one I'd been living in until now. There was no way such an absurd thing could be possible. But unless it was true, I couldn't explain anything that just happened. In this classroom, I was surrounded by so many faces I knew, and yet I felt isolated. The cicadas sounded no different than they had before now, but they seemed somehow false. The air was parched and dry too. Made me think, was the air in Hinamizawa always this uncomfortable?
レナ、
何か授業中なんだ。
昨日の祭りだけど、俺、いつ頃みんな。
To be honest, I was pretty excited afterwards, and I gobbled down some cans of beer. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but I don't quite remember some things. For random babbling, it wasn't a bad excuse.
ケイチ君、最初はみーちゃんの家にそう電話したんでしょ？
That matched. I called Mion, told her to take Satoko in my place, so I wouldn't be able to meet up with them due to things I had to do.
さとこちゃんを誘ってあげようっていうのは、少しでもおじさんの姿の見えないところに連れ出してあげようと思って。
That was the same too. Mion said that when I called her, that everyone had already decided to invite her.
それでみんなでレナとみーちゃんとリカちゃん、さとこちゃんのおじさん、すっごく意地悪そうな人だった。
That part didn't matter. What I was trying to ask was...
俺は、そ
んなこともケイチ君、だから祭りの。
だから、俺はいつ合流したんだよ。
At my sudden threatening demand, Reina was at a loss for words. Oops, I shouldn't have rushed that. I told her I was sorry.
境内でだよ、ひょっこりとリカちゃんと話してたじゃない。
巫女さん姿のリカちゃんと楽しそうに話してた。それでレナも加わって「お持ち帰り」って。
リカちゃんと話してたの？
ケイちゃん、用事か何かがあったんじゃないって。ケイちゃん、胸を叩き、用事なんかより祭りで大暴れする方が大切だぜって。
I didn't say that. I never said anything like that. I never even went to the shrine grounds yesterday to begin with. I never had the time to stop by a place like that. I went to dig the hole as soon as I woke up. I had a pretty hard time doing it. After that, I snuck into the school and made a call. I called him out and lay in wait, and then it started raining really hard. With that kind of downpour, the festival should have come to a halt. In other words, it ended then. From the time the festival started to when it ended, it would have been impossible for me to have swung by the shrine grounds. I was already there when Mion and the others dragged Satoko out and brought her to the shrine, and I was talking to Rika-chan. Then, where would Rika-chan say we met? The teacher went out to wash her hands, so I ran over to Rika-chan's desk and asked her directly.
ケイチと。
あ、リカちゃんはミオンたちが来る前、いつ俺に会った？いつどこでだよ？
ケイチが何を。
俺昨日寝不足、何も覚えてないんだ。
Looked like Rika-chan bought onto my babbling.
ケイチと会ったのは集会所から。ケイチは西宮殿の扉の前にいましたのですよ。
え、何？西宮殿？
I'd never heard a building called that before. Maybe I have, but at the very least, I wouldn't know where on the shrine ground it was.
村長さんがそこは神聖な場所だからみだりに近寄ってはならにゅうと怒りま。ケイチ、それも忘れてしまいましたですか？
Man, you really fuck with my head now. Why are, like, the previous two chapters all coming together now? What? Ugh. I was too scared to ask any more. The more I asked, the more it became clear without any doubt that Keiichi Maibara was present at the Hurure Shrine Grounds during the Watanagashi Festival. The clearer that became, the more doubts, no, fears I had. Who on earth was I yesterday? Whoever that was, he had a good time in my place and managed to go to the entire day without letting them notice I wasn't there. Alright. When did that person leave everyone? This morning, my mother got mad at me for having stayed out so late, which meant at the very least that Keiichi Maibara hadn't come home while my mother was still awake. The festival would have been closed because of the downpour. If I recall right, when I went back to the house's storage room to get another shovel, I think the clock said 7. Since it was already raining hard by then, the festival would have had to close down before 7. If I returned that early, I would have definitely run to my parents. Or at the very least, they wouldn't have asked me when I got back last night. So the Keiichi Maibara from yesterday, that meant he never went home. That meant the downpour happened, the festival was broken up, everyone left. But he didn't go back to the house. That means... When I arrived at the natural conclusion, a wicked chill suddenly froze my spine and climbed up to my brain. That meant Keiichi Maibara was the same as Satoshi. One day, he never went home. On the night of Watanagashi, he never went home. The downpour interrupted the festival, and on the way home, he suddenly disappeared. And I, who was dealing with the corpse, went home without a problem. I was so tired I wasn't even hungry, so I went up to my room without a sound and crawled into my futon. Who was I? That much was obvious. Keiichi Maibara. Keiichi Maibara was me. There may have been another one, but that doesn't negate the fact that I was Keiichi Maebara. Then, that other Keiichi Maebara was that... The voices of the cicadas steadily filling the classroom were beginning to bother me. Suddenly, I laid eyes on Satoko. Yeah, it's about time we looked her way, right? You did all this for her. What's she look like? Satoko's expression was dark as always. She seemed completely exhausted, at a life of agony she couldn't even imagine ending to. What had last night been like for Satoko? Did she have fun with everyone, feel a little happier, if even for a moment? And when she went home, the end of her dream, she'd probably gone to sleep afraid of when her uncle would return. And then, this morning, her uncle hadn't come home. And then she went to school. Right now, she must have still been trapped by the rotten idea from which she couldn't be saved, that her uncle would need her when she got back. But you can rest easy, Satoko. Your uncle will never be coming back. I couldn't tell her it was because I'd kill him. When Satoko realized on her own that her uncle would never return, then that would truly be the end of the long, insane night. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. I did the best possible thing I could have as Satoko's Nini. Not an atom in my body regretted it. And look, calm down and think, Keiichi Maebara. From a certain point of view, isn't it convenient there was another Keiichi Maebara? I buried the corpse perfectly. A beginning wouldn't happen. But if worse came to worse and it got out and the investigation got to me, I now had a strong alibi able to profess the fact that I'd been at the Watanagashi festival. It's almost like that's the reason they came up with this whole plan, right? But accepting something so creepy and using it as an alibi. Still, if I proved I hadn't gone to the festival yesterday, it'd do no good and a whole lot of harm. It's almost why the whole village came up with that idea, right? That's why everyone's trying to include as many witnesses as they can. Like, not only did the whole friend group see them, but now Ri can be like, oh yeah, Kimiyoshi and and the chairman and the people, whoever the fuck she said else, at the assembly hall, they saw Keiichi too. He was there. They talked to them, and then Okamura and Tomita-kun, those two, like, yeah, no, you were so cool at that shooting gallery. We didn't see how it ended though. Like, how did that go down? Oh yeah. Like, it's like everyone's getting their story straight. It's like everyone knows what Keiichi did, right? Everyone knows. And that's probably why Satoko is still on edge. Not because she's waiting for her uncle to come home, but she's incredibly worried that Keiichi will end up like Satoshi did. Because Satoshi took care of one of the, aunts and uncles. Took care of one of them. But then several days later, he disappeared. So that's why Satoko's still worried. She doesn't have to deal with her uncle anymore, but she's worried that Keiichi's going to disappear on her. You'll forget about it, Keiichi Maebara. Everything that happened for today. So just forget about the Keiichi Maebara who was there yesterday too. Instead, let's watch gently over Satoko for the day her smile returns. And the day that marked the end of that insane all too long night.
それでは今日はこれで終わりです。皆さん、寄り道をしないで。委員長、号令。起立。礼。
Goodbye. Thought about many things, and saw my thoughts dispersed by many other things. I didn't know whether or not that time had been spent worrying or daydreaming, but either way it came to an end along with the class. Cheerfully, our classmates got their things and ran for the hallway. Mion, Reina, and Riki-chan were packing up as well. What about Satoko? This whole day she seemed deflated. Well, her uncle may not have returned last night, but she wouldn't have known he'd never return. How much I wanted to express that fact to her. Satoko packed up her pencil box and math workbook messily. After a dark glance at the clock, heaved a sigh. Then went to leave the classroom. Then, suddenly, somebody placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her.
何ですの？私、ちゃんと水やり当番もやりましたし、プリントだってちゃんと。
Her words, possessed by a persecution complex, hurt. Spoke loudly so everyone could hear.
なあみんな、さ、今日部活。
Satoko always had to tend to her uncle, so club has been hiatus. In our minds, our club was proof of a calm, peaceful life. By enjoying being together, I wanted to make Satoko realize her days of darkness were over.
レナはいいよ。
そりゃ私は聡子がいいならね。
Under a condition. That was important. With everything up to her, Satoko gave a worried look.
なあ、聡子。パーッとさ。
そのお気持ちは嬉しいでございますけど。
My uncle might already be home. Thus spoke her darkened eyes, her mouth unmoving.
聡子もさ、連日息が詰まるようなそんなのは 心にも体にもやっぱりたまにはパーッと弾けなきゃな。
放っておいてくださいまし。私だってそりゃ部活がまたやれたらと思っていますわよ。
With one word, but she looked down.
みんなで遊んだ方が楽しいのはサトコだってよく知ってるだろ。
Yeah, of course, that's what's gonna happen. Keiichi's gonna be like, why isn't everything going my way? Why isn't everything going the way I want it to? Why can't everyone just fucking smile and be happy? I did the good thing. So now he won't accept no for an answer. She's like, yeah, no, I'd really rather not, actually, today. He's like, come on. We should all be having fun. We should all be smiling and happy. Why aren't we having fun, everyone?
俺たちは仲間、みんなで一緒に過ごすようにできてるんだよ。サトコだって昨日みんなでお祭りで騒いで楽しかったろ。
Raina nearly said something, but she was too late.
ケイチさん、何を言ってますの？
My arm on her shoulder seemed to weigh her down. She threw it off.
私がお祭りで楽しく遊んだのはケイチさんだけじゃありませんの。
え？
I looked over to Mion for help, but now everyone was looking down. My instincts told me that Satoko hadn't gone to the festival. But Reina said it herself. She went with Mion to Satoko's house to invite her.
サトコちゃん、途中で帰っちゃ神社には。
どうして？
I realized the absurdity of what I just said with Satoko in front of me.
おじが家で待ってるのに一人だけ遊んでると悪いって言って神社の直前で。
私たちも引き止めたんだよ。今日はおじさん公認だからちゃんと遊んでも怒られないんだよって。
At some point, tears had begun welling up in Satoko's eyes. Satoko was so afraid of her uncle, she couldn't even allow herself time with her friends and went home. No, she was even afraid of letting herself have a good time with her friends.
ケイチさんはいいですわ。みんなで楽しくお祭り聞けば大層もお羨ましいことですわ。
Smiling to herself, her tears began to fall.
私にはケイチさんみたいに
サトコ、
楽しくお祭りが過ごせて、私の分まで楽しく過ごせて、私だって部活がしたい。みんなで楽しく大騒ぎして楽しくて。でも今の私、そんなの
Unable to withstand such violent emotion, a few teardrops slid down her cheek. But even though she was having such a terrible time, not once did she ever say that it was hard for her. It was sad, obstinate bravery. But the days when Satoko had to feel like that were over. Yeah, you're gonna tell her that? Like, oh, don't need to worry anymore? Satoko didn't need to endure it, to bear it anymore. She could forget all about it now and smile. I was so frustrated not being able to tell her that directly. Instead, I said something that I'm not sure I should have said before I thought twice
帰
about
っ
it.
てこないんだろ、あいつは。
The words were deeply meaningful to me, but I didn't know if Satoko understood them.
帰ってこないって。
ゆうべは帰らん。お前のお家は。
何を言ってますの、ケイチさんは。
Satoko shouted with all her might.
あいつがいついなくなった？いつ？
So are you... what? Hmm. So, I can only imagine that Keiichi was then hallucinating, right? At some point he was under... Some point he got drugged somehow. I don't know when they would have been able to do that to him, but... Because then him meeting Takano was no coincidence if he was one that was drugged. And if he's the one that killed Tomitake, and he hallucinated it and saw only who he wanted to kill, right? Takano sees that this kid has like, this murderous intent in his eyes, like, oh, I can use him. Sets up this whole elaborate plan, sure. How does she carry it out, though? That's why she makes sure to tell him, like, we didn't meet at all tonight. You didn't see me tonight.
だって
圭一さんが何を言ってるのか
聡子こそだってあの男は
I killed him. Killed him yesterday. Killed him for sure. And I buried him. Buried him whole. He could never return to his house.
昨日だって怒鳴ってわめいて旗に散らして作ったご飯を投げられたお味噌汁もひっくり返され暑かった汚かったそしてお掃除も私が
What? Our stories weren't matching up.
あいつ
今朝だって朝ごはんの時起こさなかったらまた怒るように
聡子
Rikichan went over to Satoko and said a few words of consolation. But Satoko angrily refused those words and thrust Rikichan away.
早く帰ってきてよ
Crying, Satoko slowly walked out into the hallway. And for a moment, Rikichan went after her. Couldn't stop thinking about the words Satoko had spoken while crying. I buried her uncle last night. But she said this morning, that was impossible. I buried him last night so she couldn't see her uncle this morning. What was Satoko? At that point, I heard Mion's cold voice.
ねえケイちゃん、聡子のおじさんが帰ってこないって。
Gulp.
何？
I said too much. I let my emotions get the better of me.
レナも聞いた聡子ちゃんのおじさんが帰ってこない
どうして？なんで帰ってこないの？
おかしいだって今朝もちゃんと聡子ちゃんなのになんで帰ってこないなんて言うのかな
ケイちゃん、言ってることがさっきから変。
Suddenly, Mion and Reina started speaking strange, creepy voices. What were they doing? What were they saying?
ケイちゃんは聡子のおじさんがいると何か都合が悪いことでもあるわけ？
聡子のおじなんかいない方がいいに
それはもちろんいない方
Something wasn't right. Next thing I knew, Mion and Reina were smiling thinly. Their eyes were dark and muddy in a way that I'd never seen before. As our eyes met, that mud even seemed to fill the air.
聡子のおじは確かに私もいなくなった方がいいやつだ。でもさ、仕方ないじゃない。
Nothing we can do. Something's wrong. Something's clearly wrong here. What the hell was happening? After a moment, a chilly liquid-like feeling as though my blood had been mixed with sherbet crawled up my spine.
仕方ないってでもそれじゃ聡子
仕方がなければどうするのかな
Reina was trying to prompt me to say more. There really was no choice, so I killed him. I killed him to protect Satoko.
それは
放っておきな。そのうち解決しちゃうと思うしさ。
聡子ちゃんがちゃんと昨日もいたし今朝もいるそうならそうでいいんじゃないかな
Mion and Reina were speaking unbelievably dismissively. How could they be talking like that? Mion and Reina, they were my friends, and were seriously worried about Satoko's abuse, weren't they? They would never blurt out something like this. And I definitely killed Satoko's uncle. No matter what Satoko or anyone else says, I wouldn't acknowledge it because him being alive was impossible. There's no way he was alive. It was impossible. And yet, since Satoko herself said he was here, then he was alive. Is Satoko truly telling the truth, though? I don't know. I don't know what to believe. It's just such a massive fucking curveball to throw at me right now. Is Satoko still like suffering from potential hallucinations, potential delusions? I don't know if that kind of mentality can manifest, right? But it's almost like something similar to what Shion was going through at the very end of the last chapter, right? They always said they always heard like Shion arguing with someone in the room, right? Like someone else was there. They always, her like bodyguard or whoever always heard her sound like she was fighting with someone, even though it's believed that no one was actually there, and she ended up just falling out of the balcony on her own. She was hallucinating someone else there. Is Satoko going through the same thing, where she still sees him there, even if he's not actually there? And Mion and Reina are trying to be like, drop it. It is what it is. They're telling me not to push the issue because clearly it's something I can't comprehend. But they're also trying to like, they're trying to push my resolve to see if I won't just blurt out like, I killed a man, I killed him. They're trying to see if I can actually keep that secret in. I don't know. That's one hell of a curveball to throw at me. I don't know why or how, but suddenly Mion and Reina were at my side, standing there silently. Because it reminds me of how, like, back in Umineko anyway, how they would constantly argue that Kinzo was still alive, right? But certain people never saw him, right? Certain people never got to it's like, oh, he only exists in his study. Like, oh, you say you saw him going for a walk or something, but conveniently no one else saw that. Oh, he got up early in the morning before anyone else was awake, huh? And no one else saw, huh? Interesting. So it's almost like they're trying to convince us that he's still there. But then there's also the fact that maybe Keiichi is in the wrong. Maybe he was delusional. I guess I won't know, or won't be able to form a concrete idea until we see the credits roll, but damn.
帰ろうよ、ケイちゃん。
That's threatening.
帰ったらね、今日は久しぶりにレナ、みーちゃんも来るんだよ。
ケイちゃんも一緒に行こう。もちろん拒否権はないからね。
Words could freeze blood. There was no doubt they would have frozen me solid. I could hear it, a strange sound like a layer of thin ice spreading, emanating from every joint in my body. And with them closely at my sides, we left the school as if they were police officers taking me away. They talked about silly things the entire way home like they always did, but they always stood at my sides as if to prevent me from escaping. This was strange. Everything about this day was strange. Actually, it had been strange ever since the previous night. Yes, think back, it had been strange ever since killing Satoko's uncle. That creepy meeting with Takano-san was only the beginning. The insane night was still continuing. Yes, it still hadn't ended.
何？どうしたの、ケイちゃん。急に立ち止ま。
あ、ごめん。なんでもないよ。
When I stopped, it was distant, but I definitely heard them. An extra set of footsteps. That was proof. Proof that insane night had ended. Mion left where she usually did, and finally we came to my house.
じゃあね、ケイ、お家で待っててね。レナ、すぐに迎えに行くから。
What was it? She was inviting me along one of her oversized garbage treasure hunts at the dam site, right? But why now? Mion coming along was strange too. Mion may have accepted Reina's little hobby, but she hated fishing through garbage, so she'd never come with her before. And the location specifically being the dam site was a little creepy. The dam construction site was completely outside the flow of everyday life. It was so remote that no one ever went there unless they thought to in particular. Nobody lived there, and there were no lights, so at night it got dark very quickly. I was being forcibly invited there. There was no reason I had to fear Reina and Mion. Besides, wouldn't the trouble I'd make by refusing them be a pain to deal with? In that way, it didn't seem like going treasure hunting with them was a bad idea. But that insane night was continuing. Haven't the sirens of instinct been wailing in my mind for a while now, warning me that Reina and Mion were strange, that I needed to be cautious? The warning sirens were so freaking loud it felt like my head would split in two.
あ、俺、実はちょっと、
用事なんの？
なんのって。
用事なら、みーちゃんとはダム現場で待ち合わせって言って別れちゃった後なのに。
Reina was smiling, but her words made her discomfort clear.
ごめん、ちょっと言い出す。
本当に？
You're lying, aren't you? You just made that up now, you liar. That's what Reina's eyes said to me.
風邪かもしれない。だから病院に行って薬をもらってきたいんだよ。
本当に？
That wasn't really a lie. My head did hurt a little bit, so I wasn't lying. Reina, she couldn't figure out if my head hurt or not just by looking at it.
なら仕方ないね。
After staring me in the eyes for a few moments, she fired a sharp needle-like stare at me. The tension in my body loosened and felt like my knees might buckle.
診療所に行くなら、あそこ、たまに早く閉まるから。
ありがとう。そうするよ。
必ず行くんだよ、病院。
行くよ。
本当に行く。
行く。
Seemed like Reina had realized that I was going to refuse her invitation for a while now. Though serious she looked, she might actually call the clinic later to make sure I went. Couldn't say anything careless. Lying about getting checked out was just an excuse to decline her request in the first place. Didn't matter whether I actually went.
なんなら明日、病院のレシートを。
それいいね。必ずもらっておいてね、レナ。明日見るから。
Another tingle started crawling up my back. There was no ignoring it. Reina and Mio must have been monitoring my movements. That wasn't normal. Far from it. All of it was insane. I did what I did because I wanted my peaceful life back. But what on earth was all this? It was far from peaceful. Something had gone mad, leaving the world out of order. With the other Keiichi Maibara, with those creepy footsteps I'd been hearing, with Reina and Mion acting so curious, and above all, with him being alive. Where was I? Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. I knew that much. Was this really the Hinamizawa I knew?
おい、前原圭一。ここはどこなんだ?
I asked, whipping around before the front door to face the one who's been following me my wake all day. Nobody would have been there, of course. Keiichi Maibara, huh? That's what I just called him. Called the one who had been trailing behind me this whole time. That shadowy presence always clinging to me like it was constantly watching for the opportunity to change places. Footsteps always following me was another impossibility. Couldn't have been a ghost, so it was just impossible. So the strangeness must have been my ears, my head, or Hinamizawa. Everything I could see was the same exact Hinamizawa I knew so well. That gave me creeps. Eventually, I decided to actually go to the clinic. I really didn't want to go outside, but a stronger feeling than that desire was the fear Reina might actually be keeping an eye on me to see if I went to the hospital. Before I went to the clinic, there was something I wanted to make sure of. It was at school. I pretended I'd forgot something. I was going back to the classroom to pick it up. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I was overwhelmed by paranoia. I was just going to the classroom, but I hated it so much having to be so careful to fake it. After carefully verifying once more that nobody was watching, I went over to the locker. Yes, Satoshi's locker. I committed the crime with the bat that I found in his locker, Satoshi's bat. And then I had thrown the bat into the swamp, which meant the bat shouldn't have been inside. But, what if the bat was still in here? It was a very dreadful, incomprehensible idea, but if it was true, it would explain a lot. If the bat was in here, yesterday's events would have all been a delusion. No, an illusion. I hadn't killed anyone, and I'd gone to the festival. I had a great time rampaging about with everyone. It proved that Keiichi Maibara was really me. Proved that I was only under some strange assumption that I had killed Satoko's uncle. Proved that it had all been a wild fantasy. That would explain everything. Nothing happened yesterday. I had just gone mad, unable to separate my shocking uncle-killing dream from reality. That would explain everything. If the bat was here, would I be able to accept that reality? If it was here, nothing will have changed. If it was here, it would just mean I'd gone crazy. Preparing myself for the worst, I opened the locker door. I was actually scared of opening it slowly, so I threw it open with a bang. And just like the first time, the choking scent of smell and sweat, like a stale towel, came flowing out. There was a baseball uniform, and some miscellaneous other things like notebooks. There was also a shoe pouch. As for the bat, it wasn't here. It was how I left it when I took the bat out. There was no doubt. Yesterday really happened. Now that I knew I wasn't a lunatic, I felt relieved. But at the same time, if I wasn't the crazy one, then Hinamizawa was. And that was evidence of reality I found just as difficult to accept. There was noise, somehow creeping to everything I saw, and the world was losing a tiny bit of color. So what did I know about last night now? Now that I made sure the bat wasn't there, I didn't need to be here anymore. Shall I go? For real, to the hospital. It was my first time going to the hospital, but from what I heard, it wasn't far from school. My mom had told me where it was. A big, easy-to-see road sign went straight there. I went past the shopping street, made a turn. It wasn't overly hard to spot the sign with IPlayVidya Clinic written on it. There was one other person, an older man there in the air-conditioned waiting room. I went up to the counter and told them it was my first time here. The man behind the counter glanced at the clock, said there would be a short wait. It was almost 5. Clinic hours would be ending soon. As I sat in this unfamiliar waiting room, isolated from everyone, let myself feel the cool air, I actually felt relieved. What should I tell the doctor when he comes? Tell him I had a bad cold, but I was the very picture of health. Actually, I wanted him to check my head. I wanted someone to confirm for me whether I was really sane or not.
前原圭一さん、診察室へお入りください。
Huh? The voice, from the other side of the examination curtain. Thought I'd heard it somewhere before. Yeah, bud, IPlayVidya Clinic. I wonder who works here.
こんにちは。ここでお会いするのは、
監督ってお医者さんだったんですか?
Now that you mention it, he did seem to know his way around when he was looking at my shoulder in the nurse's office. Would make sense if he was actually a doctor. Come to think of it, our teacher called him IPlayVidya Sensei, didn't she?
一応、お医者さんなんかやっています。お医者さんはいいです。若いすべすべなお肌を見放題、怪しいお注射で自由を奪って、
ありがとうございました。今のを見てただけで失礼します。ペコリ。
Polite bow.
わった前原さん。冗談です。さあ座って診察させてください。聴診器を当てますから、前原さんのすべすべのお胸を見せてください。
For some reason, I felt really relieved. After that insane night, as much as I thought everything going crazy, Coach was here doing the same thing he always did. Very happy for that.
むしろ全身の擦り傷、ひょっとして半袖半ズボンで切り傷から破傷風菌が入った可能性もないとは言えませんし。
As I was chasing that man last night, I kept getting scraped by bits of trees. I realized I had so many cuts.
昨日のお祭りで若いというのはいいことです。
And once again, I apparently went to the festival.
監督も行ったお祭り。
ええ、もちろんですよ。私こう見えても綿流しの
俺に会いましたか?
The coach was the same coach that I'd always known, and felt like I could trust him more than my weird friends, so I asked.
実は私、本部テントでずっと会長さんたちとお酒を飲んでたんで、前原さんには会って。
そうですか。
変わった質問をひょっとして今日いけませんよ。成長期はよく食べよく寝て育つんですから。
Coach let out a laugh. He didn't laugh in an unnatural way like Mion and Reina did. Coach was okay. He was the coach from the world I knew. He wasn't someone from this abnormal world.
こんな話笑わないで聞いてほしいんです。
ねえ、思春期のシャイな悩み、大いに歓迎ですよ。
俺と瓜二つな人間がいる。
Coach hadn't expected that question at all. He couldn't say anything for a moment. Then he smiled and calmly and quietly answered.
迷信ですが、世界には自分と全く同じくいるならぜひお会いしてみたいものですが、あとおとぎ話にもドイツのおとぎ話に出てくる
ドッペルのお化け。
ええ、自分の姿に不幸の前触れなんだそうで、これに会ってしまうと近いうちに死んでしまうみたいな話らしいですよ。
When you meet them, you're sure to die soon. The story ended directly in death, plain and simple, and it made my spine tingle. Coach wasn't saying it to scare me, though. He was just offering a casual anecdote that made it feel all the more real.
そのお化けがひなみ沢に。
さて。
Coach must have thought he was being teased, so he laughed in an exaggerated way. When I didn't smile along with him, his laughter steadily grew fainter.
ちょっと。
いえ、こっちこそ何か気になることでもおありですか?
I wondered if I should tell him. Then, after resolving myself one final time, I slowly spoke.
そうでし。お祭りは来年もあり、その時また。
そうじゃなくて、俺は祭りに行っていないのに、 みんなが言うにはこんなことってあるんですか？
After blinking his eyes in amazement, Coach thought seriously about what I was trying to say. And he answered, choosing his words carefully.
お話を整理し、つまり前原君は綿流しのお祭りに行ったけど、その記憶がないということですか？
I was trying to say something completely different, but I suppose any sane person would come to that conclusion. That night, Keiichi Maibata was actually at the festival, but I was saying I didn't go. That obviously meant my memories of going there had failed me. That was absolutely impossible. That vivid act I had committed during the downpour couldn't possibly have been an illusion. All these scripts in my body prove it, as does the fact the bat wasn't in the locker.
俺は本当に祭りに行っていないんです。
気を悪くしないでくだ。前原さんにはこれまでに気づいたら見知らぬ場所にいたとか。
ないです。それにだってその祭りの時間寝てて意識がなかったとかそういうのじゃあり。
その用事は間違いなく大変失礼ですが、何かの思い込みでなく。
He's trying so hard to help you, bud. He's like, are you sure you're not mistaken? Are you sure you just are having trouble remembering your time at the festival? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
間違いありません。完全にはっきりとした。
お祭りの時間に神社にそれをはっきりした形で証明できますか？
That's right. Thinking it through brought me to this. There's only one way to prove that I wasn't really at the festival yesterday, and that was to show there was no doubt I had killed her uncle. Coach saw me struggling to answer, and his eyes looked a little cold. I guess they would. After all, from Coach's perspective, I was just a weirdo sputtering nonsense.
少し横に心を落ち着けて楽。
別に遠慮します。
少し神経に鎮静剤を注射して少しそれで。
俺は異常者じゃない。
I realized Coach was treating me like a deviant, so I raised my voice.
気に障ったならですから。
俺は絶対に祭りにはそれは本当に間違いないんです。
He's trying so hard to help you, bud. You won't just accept the alibi. You won't accept the cover story.
分かってますから。
あんたは全然分かっていない。
Coach was stunned and stared in stupefaction.
分かっていますよ。あなたは昨日はそうですよね。私は信じますよ。
Coach jotted down a brief note in his records. He was writing it in German, so his patient wouldn't know what it said. But I can make a good guess as to what he wrote.
あの時間に何をしていたか。
いいえ、どうか座ってください。
Where I sat, I tilted my head back a little. Blood in my face all drained out, and I quieted down. Taking a deep breath, I made sure that I was calm now.
俺が祭りの会場にいること、なぜならその時間に俺は。
Should I tell him or not? No! Of course you shouldn't fucking tell him! What happened to the perfect crime? Keiichi. Should I tell him? I really didn't want to go on living like this. Feeling this horrible. Yep, he wasn't prepared for the guilt that would come with taking a life. Go figure. And I said them. The final, fatal words.
聡子の王子を殺していたからです。
I could smell the concrete in the room. I could feel the air around us sharpen. Nobody moved. Only the sound of the clock ticking told us the time hadn't stopped. With his mouth wide open, Coach even forgot to blink for a little while.
あなたが聡子ちゃんのおじさんを？
Yeah. It's fine now, Keiichi Maibata. Don't hesitate. Admit it with all your strength.
はい、俺が殺しました。
I spoke clearly and fluidly. You could easily tell that Coach's mind had gone completely blank.
どうして？いえ、それは
聡子を救う最も直接的な後悔はわずかもありません。
そう。
I mean, clearly you do have some regrets. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel the need to, like, get it off your chest like this. Coach smiled thinly and nodded a bit.
だから俺は祭りの会場にいるわけがないんです。
I left the brightness of my house for the darkness of the outside. After that, I dug holes, made phone calls. I had my hands full. Then I attacked him, killed him, and buried him. It was pouring hard at the time. The festival started that evening, but was suspended due to the rain. There were no gaps in my memories. From the late afternoon until it started to rain, there was no time for me to possibly have gone to the festival.
その体中の傷。
そうです。聡子の家を少し行ったところ、あそこで襲い、逃げるあいつを追い、町に。
それは本当に。
Killing her uncle. It wasn't some wild fantasy. I could tell that Coach didn't believe me, so I spoke slowly, not letting myself grow excited.
本当です。サトシのバットで、そのバットはあいつが乗ってきたバイクと一緒に、死体は殺した場所に穴を掘り埋め、すべて自分が。
サトコちゃんのおじは、ではあなたはそれを期待して。
あいつが家から出ないことは、だから電話で適当な嘘を喋って。
電話で呼び出。でもあなたの電話をしてからではとても。
襲撃予定場所から最も近い電話として。
でも前原さん、当日は学校には施錠が。
偶然その時その隙に入りました。
After that, Coach grilled me on a few different things regarding the incident. He made sure to question me carefully, looking for any contradictions in my account.
信じましょう。あなたが昨日したことは夢とは思えない。
I explained everything, including minor details that only someone who had actually committed the act could explain. I could, of course. It was only yesterday. Coach realized that my story had no expedient coincidences or too convenient details that would have existed in a daydream or a delusion. Finally seemed to want to believe me.
これでもまだ俺が。
Coach slowly shook his head.
でもクラスのみんながそんなことがありえるでしょ。
あるわけ。きっとクラスの皆さんはそれに集団心理が働いて、皆さんはあなたがお祭りにいたと錯覚してしまっているに違いありません。
He couldn't have mistaken me. Me and all the rest said they were spending time with Keiichi Maibara. It was much more than just having mistaken someone else for me. Saying that out loud just confused Coach. He spoke to me in whispered tones.
罪の意識はあるんですか?
It didn't sound like he was criticizing me. Even if he had, I would have flatly said the same
あり
thing.
ません。あいつのいなかった平穏な時間を取り戻すために。だから俺はあいつを殺したことなんか。あいつが現れる前、サトコがいつも見せてくれた
犯行を誰かに目撃。
ないと思います。目撃されてればもうとっくに逮捕されてるでしょうから。
私は人の命を、だから私から人間の命を奪うことを。だから私はあなたにこう言います。
Coach slowly rose, placed a hand on my shoulder.
サトコちゃんを救ってくれて。
Coach's eyes started shedding warm tears. When I looked at him, I started to feel some tears of my own. I didn't know what I was crying for, so for a little while the two men in the room fought back their tears.
おかしい。
確かに殺したはずなのに。
Coach's expression immediately sharpened.
生きて。
状況にもよりますが、気絶や仮死状態など素人が見ると死んだようにし。その可能性は。
脈を取ったわけではありませんが。
前原さんが襲った時の状況を再現してもらってもいいですか?
Coach rolled up a Health and Fitness Week poster nearby and offered it to me to represent the bat. Though I may have been lost to the emotions of a beast that night, I remembered in detail the number of times I swung the bat, the angles I had swung from, and the force I'd applied. Using Coach as a stand-in for the uncle, I reproduced them over and over, one by one.
そしてあいつが足を取られて、その時これまでとは違う頭蓋骨が割れたんだと思いました。
Coach was calmly analyzing this information, using the places I'd struck and the situation at hand to find out what state the uncle's body had been in.
そして死んだかどうか自信がも。
その時の
初めは殴るたびに体が跳ねるような感じがありましたが。
Coach folded his arms and said a few times. Then he spoke.
死んでいます。ほぼ。
それは仮死。
前原さんの話からだけでは。それに前原さんは死体を仮に30。その男は30分間もそれだけの時間呼吸が止められたら。
殴った強さ以前に埋める過程で確実に。
そういう30分間泥に。
ありえない。でもサトコは生きてると。
Coach, a doctor, just gave his stamp of approval that he was dead for sure. That made it seem all the more unfair that he could still be among the living.
前原さん、これは前原さんが殺した相手が叔父でなく別人である可能性は。
Oh, fuck. He killed one of the uncle's drinking buddies, didn't he? Oh, fuck. But no. Because Oishi said they saw him leave. Oishi said that the daughter left, and then shortly after Teppei left, assumed he went out drinking, and then Satoko came back. So by Oishi's account, what if Oishi no, but if Oishi's monitoring the house, then he would know if someone else was in there, right? He would know that. And obviously, if Satoko was at the police station, he wouldn't just send one of his drinking buddies to go get him. Would he? But then who would it have been? Just some random fucking dude. No. He's right. That could be why. Cleared up the inconsistency of my definitely having killed someone, but him still being alive.
そんなはずはない。だってほら、監督と一緒に里子の家の前で酒瓶のあいつですよね。里子のおじは。
ええ、間違いあります。あの男です。
実はもう一人おじがい。
聞いたことがあります。あの男だけです。
あいつの特徴を教えてもらえます。
175。もう少しあるかもしれません。
In order to eliminate the worst possibility that I'd killed someone else, Coach began to thoroughly compare what the man in his mind looked like with what I told him the person I killed looked like. But no matter how in-depth my description went, none of the characteristics differed. The uncle's traits, according to Coach, were all exactly the same as the person I'd killed. But those traits were all extremely vague, and they weren't particularly distinct at a glance.
もっとこう。
そういえば、私は見た里子ちゃんが昔、背中に虎だ。
入れ墨。
That was really important. Not everyone had a tattoo. If I found a tiger tattoo on the back of the man's corpse, it would be proof that I killed the right one. At the moment, though, there was one other thing that would verify this. To go to Satoko's house and see for myself the uncle that had returned home despite having died. That was far more terrifying than digging up the body and looking at its back. True. Without even looking at the tattoo, I knew for sure the one I'd killed had been Satoko's uncle. I cracked his head wide open and killed him. And yet he'd gone back home. There wasn't any misunderstanding or even the shadow of a doubt in my mind about having killed him. And yet, it was impossible for him to exist. Kind of like how Keiichi and my brother had been at the festival despite it being impossible. That small commonality made me feel as though a faint but bizarre force was permeating this insane Hinamizawa.
どういうことなのでしょう。前原さんはお祭りには行かず、お祭りにはあなたがいて。
何がなんだか、そうやって整理して言うと、まるで俺が、でも、この手で、バットで、カツンカツンと殴ったあの感触は、絶対に夢や幻なんかじゃないんです。
Coach let out a slow sigh, then after looking at the clock got up.
ちょっとこの話、ちょっと失礼して、診療所も、ジムの方とかも、返してあげないと。
Coach stood up and went out into the hallway, leaving me alone. The clock was about to strike 6. I was at the festival, and the uncle I'd killed was alive. Had I really committed murder yesterday? The only whisper of a fact that proved it happened was the absence of that bat from Satoshi's locker. In any case, I was glad that Coach had taken my nonsense seriously. I just confessed to murder. Normally that would frighten a person away. But Coach didn't run. He cried with me. I was glad he did. Like so, my tension smoothly melted away, and I suddenly realized I really had to urinate. Thought to use the restroom while Coach had stepped out. There was one across from the waiting room. As soon as I left the room, I saw Coach, 2 male doctors wearing white clothing, standing in the shadows of the hallway nearby. I didn't particularly intend to eavesdrop or anything, but I was quite surprised upon noticing how uneasy they seemed. I hid behind the wall and quietly listened in. It seemed like Coach was giving directions to the 2 doctors.
紅茶です。用意します。
睡眠導入剤を入れて、味はミルクと砂糖でごま。
急激な眠気に不審興奮状態に陥って、
その場合は男性スタッフは
山犬が1人、それに私たちを含めて3人です。
What was all this? I think I was already agitated despite what Coach said. Was that it? Was it just a casual conversation? It was only sounding unbelievable to me. Coach said he would bring some black tea and left the room. And then in the shadows, he was telling his subordinates to put some kind of sleeping powder in the tea. Plus, they were getting extra help, in case I thought the sudden sleepiness was suspicious and started getting violent. Hey, wait, Keiichi, my brother. Calm down. There's no way. Something this stupid could be happening. I mean, he was genuinely listening to my story and even cried with me. I thought he was the one person Hinamizawa would understand. This was...
作り話か虚言の兆候があり、 特に昨日の記憶が完全に混乱。虚実の区別の喪失、多重人格等の精神障害に酷似しています。でもこんな急激な精神障害の発症は、あるいは先天的、もしくは引っ越し前からそういう兆候があったのか。引っ越し前に精神科に通院例がないか、とにかく前原さんには穏便にお休みいただきます。
The two doctors nodded deeply.
前原さんのご両親にも何と言えばいいか、彼の自宅の電話番号を調べてください。
My eyes, still moist, began to shed tears once more. This was too cruel. I really thought he had actually understood and had believed what I told him. But now from the other side of that wall, he was bluntly treating me like a crazy person. I believed you. I believed you. I let down my guard because I thought you were the only ally I had left after that insane night. Was that a lie? All that about thanking me on Satoko's behalf, you're just pretending in order to keep me placated? Ah! My tears fell to the floor in frustration. I was an idiot. I was an idiot. I was such an idiot for believing that bastard. I heard footsteps approaching the doctors. A man in a dress shirt with no tie came running up.
入江先生、大変です。高野さんが見つかり。
高野さんが一体どこに？
山中で焼死体で発見されたらしく。
高野さんがですか？
The men, all surprised, exchanged glances. Dead? Takano-san? Hey, wait. So does that mean? So then, does that mean when I cursed her, wishing for death, that wish was granted?
焼死とはそれは事故で。
県警の発表では他殺の可能性が極めて高いと。
As I cried, I laughed quietly. Serves you right. Serves you right. If I had run into that woman, my murder would have been perfect. She just had to come driving up to me and tried to coerce me like that. I regretted not having killed her on the spot, but now she was dead anyway. My curse, my wish for her demise, it was fulfilled. Serves you right. Serves you right.
リサさんが死に、高野さんが死に、一体ひなみ沢にはまさか。
リサ？
これが今年のお社様のたたりだ、なんて言うんじゃないでしょうね。
Like hell, if the curse be real, Coach said. Everyone present just nodded as the coach cursed at no one in particular. Yes, maybe it wasn't Oyashiro-sama, but this was definitely a spell, a curse. I wished for her to die, so she did. This wasn't just a coincidence, she died because I wished for it. Then he'll die next, Coach. You betrayed me. You pretended to believe me, but deep down you thought I was a madman. You looked down on me with all that pity in your eyes.
では、とりあえず紅茶は私が持って入ります。私以外は
Shit.
彼は心を許さないようですからね。
What do I do, Keiichi, my bada? This time I heard the voice of a nurse.
入江先生、あ、お電話です。
今ちょっと忙しいので、誰からです？
沖宮警察の大石様ですけど。
出ます。
Coach left to go answer the phone. The other men headed towards the room with the teapot to make the black tea like Coach had ordered them to. Fortunately, Coach having to take that phone call meant there would be extra time for me to act. I had to decide what to do now. Would I let him make me drink the sedative-infused tea, or be held down and thrown into a mental hospital? Nothing would come from starting a brawl here. They had more people anyway, and they were all bigger than me. If it came to a fight, I didn't stand a chance at all. If I couldn't win against them, there was only one thing left to do. Run. Adrenaline suddenly rushed into my brain and my body started to move with keen instinct like it had on that night. Our surface temperature quickly cooled and the transmission routes between my cells enlarged. Using 360-degree visual information, I searched for an escape route. I would open the window behind me. Outside was a parking lot. There were no cars. A little beyond there was the bicycle I had taken to get here. Determined this would be the quickest method of escape. Pushed the window swiftly, but with the little sound to raise as little suspicion as I could. With the speed and silence of a shadow like I had that night, I chased her uncle. Unlocked the window and opened it up. Cool evening breeze wafted in. Stuck my head out and looked over the parking lot again. Nobody in sight. No need to hesitate. Quietly crawled outside and closed the window behind me. I held my breath and listened carefully. Nobody seemed to have realized I'd run. I looked around. Then I jumped onto my bicycle and zoomed away. Okay, as much as I want to keep going, I'm already way past my recording time. I gotta stop there. Fuck. I would love to keep going. I've been waiting for like the black bars to come up at some point. I'm like, that's usually a good indication of a stopping point. But I've already gone over like damn near an hour what I was supposed to. And unfortunately, I do have to go. Fuck. Wow, things are heating up. Interesting. So it feels like, so from what we gained from a little tidbit, it's like Irie is trying to stop the curse from happening. But also and that maybe that's why he doesn't like Oishi as much, because he's one of the people that believes Oishi's involved, and maybe Oishi is directly involved. Huh. And there's still no certainty as to what, as to who Keiichi killed, or if he even killed that night. God damn, things are fucking insane. Like I said, I really have to go, so thank you to everyone watching, much appreciated, and hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Till then, peace!